Hello friends, Jai Shri Ram. You must have seen a lot of business opportunities on mean stack, which means MongoDB, ExpressJS, Angular and NodeJS. Similar to this, there is a MERN stack where Angular is replaced by React.js. Do you know why there are so many job opportunities here? Because of two things. One is all these technologies are JavaScript based. So now you don't require a JavaScript based team for client side and a Java or .NET based team on the server side. You can have server side coding also in JavaScript. So you require only one team which is very good with JavaScript. So it reduces money. Second is all these technologies are open source and so they are not licensed. So you don't have to give any licensing fees. And so many of the customers who are very tight on a budget, they usually choose the technologies which don't have licensing fees. And due to these two reasons, mean stack and MERN stack, both of them are selling like hotcake nowadays. You find a lot of job opportunities on these two technology stacks. Now let us understand them more in a detail. Mean stack stands for MongoDB, ExpressJS, Angular and Node.js. Here Node.js is the JavaScript runtime which allows you to run JavaScript on a Windows PC or a Linux PC. So previously JavaScript could only be run in a browser. Now Node.js enables us to run it on our PC. This it does by encapsulating the V8 JavaScript engine from Google Chrome. It is encapsulating it in a C++ program. An operating system, as you know, any kind of an operating system understands only C or C++. Even if you want to code for Mac OS, then also the coding has to be done in Objective-C or Objective-C++. In Windows, they blatantly use C++. Linux also, if you have to make an application for Linux, it has to be coded in C++. So any operating system only understands C++. So you have to create a C++ wrapper around that V8 engine, then only you can run JavaScript code on your operating system. That means on Windows, Linux or Mac OS. And this shell, C++ shell around the V8 engine, this is called as Node.js. It was invented in 2000 or it was developed in 2009, and ever since that we can code using JavaScript on the server side as well. The next thing we are going to use is ExpressJS. ExpressJS is going to make our API calls. So API calls have to be written either in .NET, Java or something like that, right? Now we can do that server side coding in JavaScript also. So in JavaScript, the library, actually they call it as framework, which enables you to write those API calls is called as ExpressJS. Okay. And then ExpressJS, how will it talk to the database? Which database is it? It is actually MongoDB, which is a non-SQL database. So it is a document-based database. Means here you won't have joins, you won't have all the things that you don't like about SQL. All those things are not here. But here the thing is, this is a document-based database, means your collection should be very simple. You can have large amount of data, but the data should be simple. It should not have too many joins. That joins are not supported here. For example, nowadays, let us say Twitter has one post and a lot of comments. There is a lot of data, but all that data is very, very simple. Okay, so Twitter is the best contender for a database like MongoDB, which is document-based database. And the best thing about MongoDB is that it works in JSON-like documents. JSON means JavaScript object notation. So JavaScript code understands JSON the best. Actually, if you want to give data to any JavaScript code, then JSON is the only way in which it understands that data. Even if you feed XML to it, it first converts it to JSON and then only it understands what you're talking about. Okay, so MongoDB out of the box, it is only talking with JSON based data. So very good. This is what we want. So this is the best contender for JavaScript based applications. And so our database will be MongoDB. Now how to talk to MongoDB? For that we require a library called as Mongoose. Okay, and then API calls will be written in ExpressJS. So now till API we have the data. Now how to show it to the user? For that we require Angular. So Angular will be used to make the website, but all the data operations, means CRUD operations, create, read, update and delete operations, they have to be performed using API. API will be written in ExpressJS. They will be talking to a database through Mongoose, and the database is MongoDB. Okay, this is how our technical stack is. Now let us start from the very basics. What all do you need to install on your PC? So how do you set up your machine? So your machine should have Git. Okay, Git should be a recognized command. If you don't have it, then go to this official website of Git, git-scm.com. Click on this download button. Now it should also have something called as I'll keep it like this so that you're able to see. It should also have something called as npm or node. So you see node, it is recognized. So if it is not recognized in your case, then go to the official website of Node. It is nodejs.org. Just click this button and then install whichever is the latest LTS version. LTS stands for long time support. Okay. Don't install the current version, because although it has more functionality, it is only tested but not tried and tested. Tried and tested means when everybody in the world is using it and so many people are using it, that is called as a tried and tested thing. So those versions are usually LTS version. Even the company also gives long-term support for those versions. But current version is the cutting edge, where new functionality is introduced, alpha and beta testing is done, and they are open to the market. So that is called as current version. Okay. So don't go for current, always go for the latest LTS version. Like I'm not going for 19 LTS, I'm going for 22 LTS, because this is the latest LTS version that I could get. Okay, now when you install Node, automatically Node package manager also gets installed. Okay, then you require an IDE. I already have Visual Studio Code. If you don't have it, then just download it from this official website. In VS Code, you have to make a couple of settings. I'll let you know the settings right away. Go to Visual Studio Code. Here you see, I'll just keep it like this. Now here you can go to your settings. Here you will see settings. So these are all the settings that you can have. Now if you want, you can go to profiles, and here in profiles you see there are these settings. You can just click on this icon so that settings.json file opens. Okay, now what is the settings.json file? Whatever you saw in settings, the same thing you can see in this file. If you don't believe me, I'll remove all these settings by, this is just a JSON. Okay, this JSON holds all your settings in VS Code. So I'm just replacing it with a blank JSON object. So now all the settings that I had set, they disappeared. Okay, let me start from here. The second thing that I'm doing is, these are my installed packages. So first you install these two packages, they are very much needed, but for your sake, I'm uninstalling them. Okay. So this is your very bare minimum VS Code. So this is how your VS Code is going to be like. Refreshing it. Now see, I don't have any extensions, and all my settings are also gone. So on this VS Code, what should you do? The first thing you do is, you first change the theme. This theme is not good. You won't be able to code. It is really difficult to code in this. So color theme, you choose Solaris Dark. Let me type it, Solaris Dark. This is a good theme. Even in this theme, if you open the terminal, then see, this is how you open the terminal, Control Shift backtick, or only Control backtick to toggle it. So now I'm saying Control backtick to toggle this. Now here you don't see this line very clearly, right? So you go to settings now. So you go to your profiles, then you see here settings, just click over here so that settings.json opens, and here you just put here workbench. As you type, it will keep on giving IntelliSense also, color customizations, and this is again a JSON. So in this you give panel dot border should be white. Now you cannot write here white directly, it should be in hex coding. So FFF means white, FFF also means white. So give any of these things. So after this, if you save this file, see it is not saved yet, so it is showing this bubble. If you save it, then it got reflected, that change got reflected, and see this thing. You can make it a little milder, but I like to have it like this. The next thing is a few more settings you have to do. You go to settings now properly. You didn't go to profiles and then settings. You're now going to settings directly. So these settings, the UI open. Here also the panel margins are properly given in white now. Here you search for save, auto save. So all your files will be auto saved after a delay. How much delay? It should be a delay of, let us say, 1 second. So after every 1 second, your file will get saved. So you don't have to remember saving your files. Second good setting is format. Format on save. So when you manually save your file using Control S, then only it will auto format the file. Means if you haven't given a semicolon in JavaScript, then it will be given. If your indentation is not correct, then it will be corrected. So beautification of your code will be done as soon as you save the file. But this has, for this you have to save the file explicitly. Autosave won't trigger this. Saving the file with Control S will trigger this. And the default formatters over here, now see, all these are specific to certain files. Like this is for CSS files, this is for HTML, this for JSON, this for Markdown, PHP, etc. I don't have a single default formatter which will be for all the files, and for that I have to install an extension called as Prettier, Prettier. So this is that Prettier. You install it first. Okay, so once you install it, then in extensions you will be able to see that in installed you get Prettier. Okay, once this is done, you can get Prettier as the default formatter. Okay, you select that. Now Prettier works on so many files. It works on JavaScript, TypeScript, JSX, CSS, SCSS, less, HTML, Vue, Angular, Ember, everything. It works on Markdown as well as YAML. So these are all the type of files that I will ever work upon. So Prettier is good enough for me. Okay, the next thing that you should do is a few more settings like hover. So there is a hover delay. So hover delay is only of 3 milliseconds. Increase it to 2 seconds. Otherwise, whenever your mouse hovers over anything, it starts giving that tooltip telling you that okay, this means that, that means that. It doesn't let me code only if that happens. So I'll say okay, you give it, but only if I'm purposely hovering over something. That means if my mouse really sticks on something for 2 seconds, then only you show it. This is very important. Again, hiding hover delay. So if I move out of it, then it should hide immediately. So I'll say yes, very good. This should be 3 milliseconds only, 300 milliseconds only, etc. You can check all these settings. And very particularly only for this tutorial, I want the Explorer's font size to be more, so that you are able to see the code better, because many people see it on their mobile phones. So for that, I'll do one more setting, which is, again, I'll have to open, not here. I'll have to open profiles. Inside that, I have to open settings, because I want settings.json. And here I will give one setting. See, whatever settings I have just put, autosave, format on save, all have come. Now here you put one more setting. The sequence in which you give the settings doesn't matter. It's just a JSON file. Okay, so here I'll say editor dot font size should be, now by default it is 14, I want it to be, let us say 20, and I'm saving it. Now see, in all the files this will be the font size. I hope this is good enough for you. Now you are able to see my code. But all the other font is still of the same font size. Like here terminal is still small, because we don't have to look at the terminal so often. Main thing that you have to look after is whatever I am showing in the editor. Okay, here also the font is the same, which is really good. Okay, so these settings you have to do. Now what else is remaining? You check whether this is installed, Angular. So angular.dev is their default website. Now you check whether ng is a recognized command. If ng is not a recognized command, then you have to install Angular as well. So for that, go to their docs. Here go to installation. They will say that these are all the prerequisites. You don't require so many of them. Node and text editor we already have. The rest of the things we don't require. You just need this command to be run. You just need Angular CLI. Now you're asking npm, that is Node Package Manager, to install globally Angular CLI. So I will just paste this command and it will install it. Now this ng command will be recognized. Okay, this ng command can be recognized now. Okay, and the Angular version that I'm using is this. Okay, now your machine is absolutely set up. Now let's start coding. Now while coding, let us first create a folder where we want to code. So let me create a folder over here itself called Employee Management System. Okay, now here inside this folder there will be two more folders. One is service and another will be UI. So UI folder I'll generate using Angular CLI. So I'll leave it for the moment. I'm only creating server folder. Okay, now inside this folder, let us open this folder in command prompt. How do you do it? Go to the address bar, remove everything and type here cmd. So this folder automatically opens in the command prompt. Now here open this folder in VS Code IDE. How will you do it? When you are on this prompt, then you say code dot. So that particular folder will now open in Visual Studio Code IDE. This is AI. You can ask questions to the AI. AI will even code for you. But my recommendation is keep it away. Don't be dependent on AI. In this video, I will code everything without the slightest help of AI. Except if I get stuck anywhere, then maybe I'll ask AI, but I'll ask it in the browser. I won't ask it to go and code for me. This is the worst thing that you can do. AI is already taking over, and if you increase your dependency on AI, it is not going to land you anywhere. Okay, so at least coding is our bread and butter, guys. We need to know how to code. Syntax, okay, you can ask AI. Some suggestions you can ask AI, but do it yourself. Don't ask AI to code for you. This is a very bad practice. And if you allow AI to do that, then what's your use then? AI can code better than you. So increase your increase your coding skills and don't rely upon AI. Okay. Now here, let me open the terminal. I told you control backtick. This thing can be minimized or maximized by control B. So the sidebar will minimize or maximize. But while doing this, your focus should be outside terminal. If you keep the focus in the terminal, then control B will get pasted over there. Okay, so focus somewhere else, control B, and focus somewhere else and see. You can do this thing also. Focus on the terminal and then you can do control backtick to toggle it. Okay, now first things first, ask Node Package Manager to initialize. So Node Package Manager cannot be loaded because running scripts is disabled. Why? Because I'm using PowerShell. So there are various types of terminals given to me. Out of them, if you say PowerShell, then PowerShell does not have permission to run any scripts. npm init is basically a script only. So I need a simple command terminal, command prompt. Okay, so I'll take a command prompt. See, whenever you create new terminal, it will open over here. I can split it also. I can kill that terminal, means it will be killed. This one I need to kill. And next time whenever I say plus, then command prompt should open. For that, what I'll do is I'll go here, I'll say configure select default profile, and here I'll say command prompt. So next time, see, if I kill this terminal, I open it again, the next time every terminal is going to be a command terminal. Got the idea? In the command terminal, I can very easily give the command npm init. So what it does is it asks me a couple of questions, that whatever node package that I'm going to define over here in the folder server, because you ran the command in server, so this will be npm package now. So this package will be named something. So let me call it as employee management system server. But this is not possible because it will say that, okay, I cannot take capital letters. See, I do not take capital letters. So I'll have to say EMS, employee management system server. Okay, then next question, it says which version. Let's start with version 1. Description, I'll say this is the backend of employee management system. Okay, entry point, where will your code start from? So it should be index.js or main.js. Normally that is the industry standard. So I'll say index.js. Test command, I'll say node index.js. Means I'm asking the JavaScript runtime to implement or to compile and execute index.js file. So node is a JavaScript runtime. It understands JavaScript, so it will compile JavaScript and it will run that JavaScript. Okay, just like a browser can do that, node can also do that. Git repo we don't have at the moment, so pass the question by clicking the enter key. Keywords, do you want any keywords? I'll say yes, employee management system server, or some people might call it service. Okay, author, myself. License, I'll keep ISC only, done. So now it is saying I'm going to write all these things in package.json file, which will be created in the same folder where you did npm init. Okay, so this is what I'm going to write. I'll say yes, go ahead. Now it created that file. So let's go to that file. All the things are known to me. This is called as script. So if I have to run this script, then I'll go to the terminal. I can type here npm run test. So now it is going to run node index.js. So it will tell me that index.js doesn't exist. See, what did it do? See, this is called as a prompt. Prompt means the system is now ready to take my command. The command that I gave was npm run test. It internally ran some more commands. So the first command it ran was now I have to execute test script, and test script said that node index.js. So this is the second command that it ran. So these internally executed commands are always shown using a small prompt. This is not the full-fledged prompt. Full-fledged prompt means where user has given a command. I gave the command on this prompt, but internally it is executing these commands as well. And then what does it say? It says that, see, I could not find the module called index.js. So I need to create that file. So I'll go over here. Here there is one icon saying new file, here new folder. So I'll say new file, and let me create a file over here, index.js. Okay. Now if I execute the same command again, it won't fail. See, CLS, in the terminal. CLS means clear the screen. Now here if I say node run test, okay, it says cannot found, sorry, not node, sorry, npm run test. So it is saying, okay, now I have to run the script test, and the script says that node index.js, so it executed it, but the file does not have any code, and that's why I did not see any output over here. Now let us change that. Let us write here some code, console.log hello. Okay, and I'm saving it so that that semicolon and everything will get adjusted. See, semicolon got adjusted, one empty row is also created. Very good. This is what we want. Now who did this? Prettier did this, code formatter. Now here I'm saying npm run test. Now it said once again internal commands run, test has to be executed. It says node index.js, so this got executed. Now here it has outputted something which is hello. Now let us say that instead of hello I want hello world. Then to see my change I have to execute that command again. Now wouldn't it be good if this happened automatically? For doing this I need to install another package called as node monster. So I'll say npm install node monster. Now node monster is a dev dependency, so I'm installing it as a dev dependency. So you see it got installed over here as a dev dependency. If you ever want to make a dev dependency as a dependency, then you just have to write here, instead of save you write prod. So what does it say? It is saying that I'm removing dev dependencies.nodemon in favor of dependencies.nodemon. And here if you check, now it has become dependencies, but it is actually a dev dependency only. So let me do that. Here I'll say, so to get the last command executed, there is up arrow key that you can press, up, and if you want to go down in the hierarchy, down. So this is the latest command that was executed. I'll say dev. Now it will become a dev dependency. Okay, now there is something about this caret and tilde also. Let me explain very shortly with you. See, the beauty about Node Package Manager is that I don't have to put all this data in my Git repo. I can exclude these packages, and I'll only include the entry of the package in my Git repo, and that entry of the package is actually package.json. And then whichever developer downloads that code onto their machine, they have only package.json, and wherever this package.json is there, in that folder they go to the terminal. In that folder they just say npm install. So what this command does is, it looks at all the packages which are mentioned in dependencies and dev dependencies, and it installs them in node modules. So this is the bigger chunk. So this gets installed as per package.json. Now which version of every package should be installed? So either you give the version, absolute version, exactly this version has to be installed. Now every version has a major version which is 3 in this case, minor version which is 1 in this case, and patch version which is 10 in this case. Okay, so if I want exactly this version to be installed, then in package.json I should be saying this thing. If I want major version to be preserved and minor version and patch you install whichever is the latest, then I should be giving a cap over here. And if I have to preserve major version as well as minor version and patch whichever latest you get, so in that case I'll be giving tilde over here. Got the idea? And now how was it? It was like this. It was with a cap. So major version had to be preserved, minor version and patch can be anything. So how do I see which version actually got installed? For that you search this package name in package log.json. It would be really difficult to search it in Node.js, Node modules, right? So better it is you search only in package log.json. So whichever version it actually installed, it mentions about it in package log.json. So here you search for nodemon. So first of all, it will say, see, I was asked to install this version, which has a cap. That means major version has to be preserved, minor version and patch I can pick whichever I like, whichever is the latest. You go next. Now it says I have installed it in node modules, and the actual version that I installed was this. Okay, you run the same, you run npm install after 2 months. I'm sure this version, minor version, will be upgraded, patch version will also be upgraded, but major version will stay the same. Why? Because we asked it that keep the major version the same. Got the idea? I hope all these concepts are now clear to you. So this was just a precise thing about how npm works. What is npm init? It creates package.json. What is npm install? It creates node modules. It downloads all those packages of certain versions, and it also makes an entry in package log.json. So I hope npm is clear to you. Npm also runs these scripts by saying npm run and whatever is the script name. Got the idea? Now let us come to nodemon. So we said we installed nodemon. Okay, it's a dev dependency. What is a dependency and what is a dev dependency? The end result of building your website is called as artifact. So result of building is called as artifact. So that artifact is actually fed to the client browser. Means whenever somebody accesses your website, from that artifact various things come. So that artifact should be as small as possible, because it has to be kept on some hosting platform like Hostinger. Hostinger charges for that. Hostinger has a limited space. So it says the more bigger your artifact is, I'm going to charge you more. So your artifact has to be small. For that, all the dependencies should not go into artifact. There are some dependencies which will be used only during the development. While running the code, they are not needed. So those dependencies are called as dev dependencies. And those dependencies which are actually required during running the software, that are called as dependencies. Only the dependencies go into the artifact, so that the artifact size can be kept as small as possible. Dev dependencies never go to the artifact. Node monster is just a dev dependency. We are only going to use it while developing the code, not when the code is already developed. Okay, so we kept it as a dev dependency. Now let us create two different scripts here. Let us say in the prod environment, you will be running it like this, and in the dev environment, while I'm still developing or doing something, so the script name will be dev, and here I'll be running node monster. So let us see that now. So how do you execute the script? Again the same thing, npm run and whichever is the script name. So what script I want to run? Dev script. So I'll be saying dev. Now it is saying node monster. So node monster says, okay, this is the version that is installed. So in package log.json we just saw this is the actual version. Wait a minute. Node monster, yeah, this is the version 3.1.10. Okay, so that version is given. Then it says to restart at any time, just type here restart. So I'll say rs. So it will restart. What is it restarting? It is restarting these two small commands, more specifically this command. Okay, only this it is restarting. So it said, okay, you asked me to restart, so I'm starting again. I'm starting this command again. And this command is saying, means it is just asking node to compile this file and means just process that file. So that file has console log hello world, so it got displayed. Got the idea? So suppose now I want to change anything like ... over here. It is still, I don't even need to run rs. Why? Because see, it is watching the paths star, means all the files and folders wherever you ran this command, means in server. So if I create a new file or a directory, then also it will detect the change and restart. Then it says which file names am I watching? It is only watching these file names. So if I create, okay, it's not even watching the folders, so folders leave it. If I just create a file over here saying amit.txt, then nothing happens. It did not detect the change, it did not do anything. But as soon as I create a file like amit.js, then JS is one of the extensions that it is watching. So I'll say enter. As soon as I do that, it says that, see, I started because I detected some changes. Got the idea? Now similarly, if I delete it, then also detected the changes, it restarted. If I go to index.js, here if I change anything, like let us say I remove the 2 dots, then also it detects the change and so restarted due to changes. Got it? So this is a very good utility, especially during coding. What we want is, when I'm coding, I'll keep the terminal minimized like this and I'll keep checking. See, if I do a mistake, it will break somewhere. It will detect the change and it is going to break. See, what is it saying? That, okay, what is A? I don't know. So that means I made some mistake. So I'll always keep this terminal on and I'll keep coding. As long as everything is good, here everything is in green or white, then it is good. As soon as something in red comes, that means I have messed up something. Okay, so this is the way in which developers normally code. And hence, normally during the development, we require node monster. But we require it only during development, so it is a dev dependency and not a prod dependency. So we have kept it in dev dependencies. Okay. Now, let me just check in this part in Git. So how do we commit to Git? We will see over here, Git is not even initialized. So I need to initialize the Git repo. I will do one thing. I'll go to some other terminal while keeping this one open. That's also possible. Now here I'll say npm git init. So this will initialize my Git repo. What it does is, it just creates this .git folder. This folder is .git. Okay, so let me go to that folder. Control and click so that that folder opens. Achha, it did not open. Let me open it like this only. This is that .git. It is a hidden folder. To see this, you will have to go to view, show the hidden items. If I don't show them, then I don't see it. I have to view, show the hidden items. This is that Git. This is your local Git repo. This is important because Git is basically a distributed version control system. All the other version control systems that were there before it, they were all centralized version control system. That means your code used to be there in a cloud repository. Repository means somewhere where you can save things. So your code is saved in a repository. So that repository used to be in the cloud only. What Git did is, Git creates a local repo also. And this is that local Git repo. And it keeps watching this folder, server folder. So as soon as you make any change over here, it makes an entry over here that this is part of my Git repo now. I'll remember this change. Got the idea? Now, this Git repo is created. Now, if I go over here, I don't see initialize. It is already initialized. I can commit this code to that Git repo. But wait a minute, so many files? Did I really change so many files? No, I changed them because there is node modules, but I don't want to keep node modules in my Git repo, as I explained earlier. So to ignore it, I have to create one more file. Again, this also starts with .git ignore. There is no dash, no underscore between them. .git ignore, and everything in small case. Now, whatever I mention in this file, that will be ignored by Git. That won't be committed. Git won't keep tracking it. So here I'll say this folder should not be tracked. So I'll go here, I'll say rename, and I'll just copy this part. Okay. And I'll just paste it here. So this folder now got ignored. You will notice here that this has, instead of 271, now it is saying only 4 files are there to be committed. Okay, and this is what we want. Now I will say that node mon and git init. These two things were done. Okay, now it says, do you want to stage these changes? So whatever changes you want to commit, there is a way of doing it. See, if I want to commit only this file, okay, I can do that. So what I'll do is only node monster changes So for that, I'll stage these 3 files. Okay, so only these will get committed. So the first commit is node monster. The second commit is about git ignore. So I'll say git ignore, and I'll commit this. So while committing it, now I haven't staged it. So when I say commit, I can say always stage. Whenever I say commit, first stage them and then you commit it. So I'll say always. So it has committed. So there are these two different commits. If you go to any commit, it will tell you what all files were changed. Okay, this file, what change was there? You will see that. Package.json, what did you do? Okay, in git ignore, what did you do? You added a file. Here A means added the file, M means modified, I think D for delete, something like that. Okay, now all these are your commits. You can see them over here, but none of them is published. So here you see that your master branch, means this branch of your local git repo, is at this commit. Okay, so in my master branch, I'm at this commit. Now let me publish it. So when I publish it, this local git repo will be published to a cloud place. So let me first create my GitHub. You should have an account with GitHub, or there are many other cloud repos where you can keep it. Like, see, in Git, you have a local repo. Now for global Git repo or for cloud Git repo, you have to host it somewhere, right? So that hosting platform is called as a Git provider. There are 3 main Git providers in the world. One is GitHub, owned by Microsoft now. Since I think 2010, it is now owned by Microsoft. It was initially independent. Now it is owned by Microsoft. Second is GitLab, owned by GitLab company, and Bitbucket. Bitbucket is owned by Atlassian company. It is the same company which made great software like Jira, which is used for product management. You know, you have to keep PBIs, that is product backlog items in it, or you can keep your bugs in it. Another software that it did was Confluence, where you keep your documents. So that company is called as Atlassian, which built Jira and Confluence. The same company came up with a Git platform called as Bitbucket. That is also very famous. So these 3 are very famous. But I like to stay within Microsoft ecosystem because the IDE that I'm using is of Microsoft. So I say, okay, let's create it on GitHub. So here GitHub, it is anyways the first option that it gives, and the only option it gives is to create it on GitHub. I can of course link it with some other provider also, but it is a little difficult. Within Microsoft ecosystem, it's easier to work with GitHub only. So here I had already created it. Let me show you how to delete it. This was the repo. I'll just delete it. I'll go to settings, go to the bottom. Here you will see delete repo, and you will have to copy, understand. You will have to copy this and paste it. Okay. Now verify using email. Just a minute. Okay, so I got an email on my Gmail, and which is amit.shirasao@gmail.com, and I got a verification code. I will give that. Okay, I'll verify, and now it is deleted. Okay, now let us create this repo. So while publishing it, it says by what name you want to create that repo. I will say it should be EMS, here capital is allowed, server. Now you can create either a private repo or a public repo. I will say public repo because I want you also to see my code, right? So I'll keep it public. Now it said it is successfully published. Do you want to open it on GitHub? I'll say yes, why not? This is the Git repo, and everything that I have committed is there. All my commits will be available over here. So whenever you go to this repo, I'll give this link in the video description. Whenever you go here, go to code. Inside that, you will see all my commits. Now in these commits, you can very well see for doing nodemon what all changes were done, for git ignore what all changes were done. This way I'll keep small commits so that you are able to see that for this little thing, these files have to be changed in this fashion. Okay. Okay then. So how many other repos do I have? I can just check. Okay, now I have one more repo which is called as EMS server. Okay, done. Now what you do, till now everything is done. Now what I'll do is we will see how to create a very simple NodeJS server. Okay, I will keep this thing running, node monster running, so that if I do any mistake, I'll come to know right away. I'll keep it like this and I'll close everything else. Yeah. So here, let us say HTTP. This is the RxJS way of doing it. Whenever we want to include something or import something, then we do it in this way. Require and whichever module, and let us call that module as HTTP. Here I can say Amit's HTTP also, whatever. So, but I'm calling it HTTP only. So this module is imported. Now this module must be present already, right? So npm already knows about this module. It comes for free. So I didn't have to install it. But had this been Express, then see, if it were Express, then I would have to install it. Otherwise it would give an exception. It would say that Express module could not be found. So for that I would have to run that command npm install Express. Then only it can access Express. But with HTTP, it already has access to HTTP. So here for HTTP, it is not giving me any error. See, no problem. Changes detected, it ran this, no problem. Okay, now what I'm saying HTTP, could you please create a server for me? Now you have to give a callback function. This can be any function. Let us say callback function. Okay. Now this callback function I can create over here, like function callback. I can write that code here. That is also possible. Okay. But a more conventional way of doing it is write this function over here itself. Okay. But for that you have to give an arrow notation here. Okay. So this is how normally people write it. Yeah, you can make a normal function also like this. That is also possible. But normally people make an arrow function only here. Okay, this is done. Now in this callback, what am I going to say? I'm going to say that now whenever you request my server, so this will be a request and this will be my response. So whatever your request is, I'll always respond with let us say this is Node.js server. Okay, this is what is done. Now server is ready, but is it running? It is not running yet. So to run it, we need to ask it to listen to a certain port. Means it may be running also, but see, I have to tell it that where will you receive the request? Any HTTP request is received on a certain host, means on a certain PC. So the IP address of the PC has to be given, and on a certain port. On that PC also, only on one port, you have to specify which port. There only you have to send the request. Okay, so first of all, let me now mention which PC and which port. So I'll call this as server, and then I'll say server, could you please listen on so and so port, let us say 3000 port, and on this machine, that is localhost at the moment, which means my machine only, and once again callback. Callback normally people write like this. This callback does not require request and response. I'm not going to use it. So I'll just say here console.log server is listening to localhost or http localhost colon 3000. Okay, done. So as soon as these three things get executed, so now it is starting to give me this. Now let me go to that, control and click over here. I'll go to that. Now see, this is a get request. So this is a get request that it received, and as whatever request it is always going to give me response as this is Node.js server. Okay, if you don't believe me, let me put two more dots here and let me reload it. See, so this is that message. Now you might say, Arey Amit, this is not right here. No matter whether I give a get request, put request, post request, delete request, it's always going to return me the same thing. So you want a differentiation. How will you differentiate? Now you can differentiate like this. You can say request.method. What is request.method? Okay, I'll show it to you like this. Okay, what is the request.method? In this case, it is get. Okay, now suppose I want put or post or whatever. So let me output it. So it cannot be shown over here because this will always be a get request. But in get, yeah, so I have to have something called as Postman. Postman is used for testing your API. So I'll install it. Okay, once it is installed, you can go here and you can check. Now Postman is also an installed extension. Now Postman, what does it do? So it basically tests your API. So when you install it, this icon comes. So you go to Postman. Now here I have already created this collection, and in this collection there are so many requests that I have created. I created a post request where an employee can be posted. Okay, means a new employee can be created. So this is creation of employee. This is a HTTP verb should be post, and here you should have some URL. So URL is again 3000 only. Then body. In the body you have to give the employee which needs to be created. Okay, and now I'm giving it in the raw format, and the type of the raw format is JSON. You can also give it in www form URL encoded format also. Okay, so you can give it either in this format or this format, or there are so many other formats also. So I would normally give it as a JSON, a raw format JSON. So this is my body. So in this call, what I'm going to do is, it's a post call. So HTTP verb is post. This is the URL, and the request body is going to have a JSON called as, okay, this is the employee that I have. Okay, let's give me my name only, Amit Shirasao. And here let me give my age, which is 40. Am I a graduate? Yes. So purposely I am trying to make an employee having three fields. One is a string, another is a number, another is a boolean. So different types of fields. Okay, now let us see whether this works. So after this, what happens? So the query will go or this request will go over here. No matter what request it is always going to tell me what is the method. So here it should return me post. See, it is telling me it is post. Now if I go again to Postman, if I make a put call, put means what? Put means I'm saying this is the ID of anybody, any employee. Let us say this is the ID of the employee, and I'm saying that now you change that employee to Amit Shah, let us say, having this age, it must be 65, and whether he is graduate, of course he is graduate. Okay, so I'll send yes. So this will tell me that this is a put call. Then what is patch? Patch means if I have to update something and I have to update only one field, then I'll send only one field. I won't send you the entire object like I used to do in put call. So that is called as a patch call. Is it identified? Yeah, it is sending that, okay, this is patch. Great, very good. And delete. So in this case, I'll be deleting the employee. So I'll just send employee ID. Body will be blank. Body has to be blank actually for delete. Yeah. Okay, and let me save it. See, this is a delete call. Very good. So everything is correct. I'm saving everything. Perfect. How did I create all these? So for this, you can always go to create a new collection. Here the new collection was formed. Then I added request to it. Okay. So this is the request. So collection, request. You click here, you change the collection name. You click here, you change the request name. Okay. In interest of time, I haven't created get request because get I can create right away here itself. This is get. Or even if I have to send get by ID, so get an employee by ID, I'll give the ID over here. Okay. So this is also a get only. HTTP method is still get only. So I need to differentiate between get and means get all employees or get a certain employee with a certain ID. How do I do that? In Node.js, it is really difficult. In Node.js, what I can do is, as per the request type, let us say we have to respond something differently or we have to do something different. Then I'll be saying let there be a switch statement. Switch. Okay. And the key over here is request.method. Now based on the method, let us say the method is get, this is a string. Then I should be saying response.end. You want to get all employees. Okay, I'm just giving an example. Obviously, get all employees might not be the case. I might be sending an employee ID also. But here I have to write it in that way that, okay, I'll have to decide first. If there is, ID is passed or not. So if, let us say ID is passed, then I should be saying you want to get a certain employee, a certain employee having certain ID. Okay. Else, if ID is not passed, then it should be you want to get all the employees, right? Now, how do I know whether ID is passed or not? So for that, I'll have to figure it out. So how do I figure out? So request.url, it will tell me the entire URL. Now I will say split this URL based on, dash. And if I get something in its second part, then that means this is my ID. So let ID be equal to that. And now this ID, if there is any ID, then means if ID is not equal to null, then you send this, otherwise that. And this thing to increase the readability, I'll just enclose it in the brackets. I'll save it so that formatting automatically takes place. Okay. So this is my get case. Then for my post case, what will be there? Put case, what will be there? So I'll do one thing. I'll keep writing this first. This is put. Then this is patch and this is delete. Okay. Now I will also say that default, if it is none of them, then I can send something. Okay, let it be. I'm not writing any code here, I'm just breaking it. Now other than this also there is something called as post. So let me write post also. This is also an HTTP verb, post. Okay. So in the case of post, I won't expect any ID. Okay. So I'll just say response.end. Now you want to create a new employee. Okay. In the case of put, I'll say that you want to update a certain employee completely. In the case of patch, I will say you want to update a certain employee partially. Only a few columns or few fields have to be updated. And in the case of delete, I'll say you want to delete a certain employee. You want to delete a certain employee. Of course, deletion is always completely. Okay, chalo. So all this is in place. Now let us go back to our thing. Let us test it. So here it should give me, you want to create a new employee. Very good. Here you want to update it completely. For patch, it will say you want to update employee partially. Very good. In the case of delete, it will say you want to delete a certain employee. Perfect. So everything is working fine. So this is how you normally code in NodeJS. So this is how you make the API calls in NodeJS. Now for get, I did not show you, but see, if I run this, it is saying you want to get a certain employee. If I don't give this, then it is saying you want to get all the employees. Okay. Now, don't you think this is a little difficult? There should be an easier way of doing it. So you basically find out the type of the request based on request.method and request. You split the URL. You don't even get the query parameters straight. You have to find out what ID was passed and all. So this is a little difficult, and that's why we require ExpressJS. Okay, so first of all, let me commit this code and then we will come to ExpressJS. So I'll just say here that Node.js server with API calls. Okay. Okay. And now let us code the same thing, but with ExpressJS. So I'll remove everything. Okay, you already have a reference to it in the commit. You can check it out. I'll remove everything. You saw how difficult it was. Now let us simplify it. Keep the terminal open so that if I make a mistake, I'll come to know. Here I'll say constant express is equal to require express. Okay. It is going to say that ExpressJS is not found. That means the module express could not be found. Okay, cannot find the module express. For that, you know what to do. npm install express. Is it a dependency or a dev dependency? It's a dependency, because these APIs will be used during the website handling. So when your code is active, it is deployed, then also you require this dependency, right? And so it is a actual dependency and not a dev dependency. So if you don't give save prod, automatically it considers it to be a dependency only. Let me see whether it got added or not. So in the dependencies, express.js got added. Okay, now we have one dev dependency and one dependency. Perfect. Now you go back over here. See, it has detected the changes and it has run also, and there is no error also now. Why? Because it could find express. If I say express1, once again it will give me the same error that what is express1? I could not find this module. But as soon as I say only express, then it will say okay, detected the changes, everything is running fine. Okay, now what you say over here is express.use. This is called as metadata. Only express. And this becomes what? This is your API, also called as app. See, basically, ExpressJS considers itself to be a framework. So it says, I also make an application. Just like Angular makes a web application, which is a website. This one says, ExpressJS says, I also make a web application. What is it? It's not website, it is API. So either you call this variable as API or you call it as app. But convention is that you normally call it as app. So I'll say app is express. Okay, so that app got created. Then what I'll do that, I'll create a middleware. Middleware means how this API functions or how this app functions. So I'll say this app accepts JSON objects. So when I say this, it means this app is going to accept data in the form of JSON. This means that while giving a request in the body, you can give a JSON thing. You can say raw text equal to JSON, or sorry, format equal to JSON, and you can give a JSON to that particular URL. Got the idea? So whatever URL this app will be listening to that you can give JSON object. Now let us say that I want to use this also, form URL encoded. So in that case, I should be mentioning here that app.use, again format is the same, express dot, and here you say URL encoded. In this URL encoded also, you have to say that content type equal to text or plain text, something of that sort. Let me check this. For checking it, you can ask Google that express.js use URL encoded. You can go directly to the official website also. Otherwise, see, it is telling you if you want to use this, then for that you require to give extended equal to true. Yeah, you have to give extended equal to true here. My bad. So here you have to say extended equal to true, and it's a JSON. It's a JSON object. Okay, now you will be able to pass data from this web form, which is URL encoded. Okay, now once this middleware is also done, now what will you do? You will ask it to listen to a port. So you'll say listen to a port. It's not going to ask you where is the port. Obviously it's in the machine where you are running, so it's not going to ask you like Node.js asked you which host, you tell me. This one doesn't ask. So here once again I'll give the same port so that I don't have to change the postman thing. Okay, and here once again a callback. So I'll give a callback and I'll say, so once this is done, once it has started listening to the port, then this callback function will be called. Here I'll say console.log ExpressJS server is listening to your request on port 3000. Okay, let us see. Yeah, so now it is giving the console out that it is now listening to this. Now instead of mentioning it like this, now I normally mention it like this, that listening to your request on http://localhost:3000. I do this because now if you go to terminal, you get this hyperlink. So when I click on it, I directly go to that. See, now it says cannot get. Why? Because I haven't defined how to handle a get request. So for that I have to write here, I'll create a region over here. These are my API calls, and I also end the region saying giving the same name. Okay, so now whatever I write over here, that thing can be collapsed in this region. Okay, so the first thing that I'll create is I want a CRUD operation, means I want create, then I want read. Okay, read all, then I want read particular, read one employee, means get one employee, then I want update fully, update partially, and then what I want is delete. Okay, So for create, what should be the HTTP method? I'll write it down here itself. I'll say for creating, I want to use post, and I want to, I don't want to pass any ID. For read all, I want to use get, and I don't pass any ID. For read one, I want to use get, but I'll also pass an ID. Okay. Okay. Now, for update fully, I want to, I'll be using put. I will be passing an ID, and I'll also pass full object of employee. Okay. Then for partially updating, I'll be saying patch, and for this I want to pass sorry, it is an. Yeah, I have to pass an ID and partial object, whatever I want to change, only those things I have to send, only those fields. And in case of delete, I'll just be calling it as delete, and here also I have to pass an ID. Okay, so this gives me a clear picture what I should be doing. Now I'll only look at this mapping and I'll create those calls. It's very, very simple. Go here, you just write app.post. See how simple it is? I don't have to say, okay, request.method, what is the method, is it post, switch case, nothing of that sort. Application means API. Whenever you get a post request, then what should be the route? Route is just this. So I haven't passed an ID. Then what do? So you just write a callback over here that when you get such a request, then what should you do? Obviously, in this callback, you need to have request and response, because you are going to get a few things from the request if you want. Like I want request.body. Okay, that tells me that what is the employee that I need to create. Okay, so I'll be saying let new employee be equal to request.body. Okay, now that is JSON already. It is JSON only. So, and this is also JSON only. I don't have to parse it. Parsing means converting a string to an JSON object. It's called as parsing. And stringify means convert that object into string, that is stringify. So I don't have to do any of that sort, because body itself is JSON. I'm sending it in the form of JSON. Do you see this? I'm sending it in the form of JSON. So I don't need to do anything. Okay, so this is my new employee. Now in that case, I'm just going to now I can say response.end and then a string value, because it expects a string over here. Okay, or rather I can say response.send and I can have a proper JSON object over here. In this object I can say message you requested to create an employee, and which employee did I ask to create? So here you can say data. So data will always be a JSON which is containing whatever, like here in this case it is containing this new employee. Okay, so this post call is complete. Now in this post call, let me just test it and see whether this is working or not. So if I'm giving, so is everything working? First of all, see here, yeah, due to changes, so it has restarted, nothing has broken. Great. Now you go here, give a post call and look at the response. The response is you requested to create an employee, and which employee you requested to create this employee. Got the idea? So this is how it is done. Let me actually, this is a JSON. If I want to pretty it, I don't know how to pretty it. Yeah, this is in pretty mode only, but it did not show me the tree structure. I don't know why. Okay, chalo. So this Postman is a very simple utility, so it has not given me a very nice tree structure or everything. This is the maximum extent up to which you can see, but this is a JSON object, don't worry about it. Okay, the response is JSON. Why is the response JSON? Because here we said that we deal with JSONs, so we use JSON, and yeah, not due to this actually. This is so that you accept JSON in the body, or you accept URL encoded form in the body, but in the request body. But response is always JSON, no matter how you receive the request. Response of ExpressJS is always JSON. Response of any kind of JS is always JSON. Okay, chalo. Now this is done. This is the post call. So what I'll do is I'll just write here that ExpressJS, should I keep a separate commit for all of them? Okay, for post call, this is the commit. Okay, I'll implement quickly all of the other ones also. Okay, so what did we do once again? For creating, I just wanted HTTP verb to be post. Okay, and I did not need to send any ID. I did not need to, here I had to pass the body, right? So pass full object, which is already done. It's in the body, and I'm showing it that you requested me to create so and so employee. Similarly, for read all, I just need to say app.get. Why? Because I wrote it down, app.get. Nothing else I have to do. I don't have to pass anything. So URL is very simple. In the callback, request response. So here in the request body, I don't have anything. So I will simply send this message saying that you have requested to get all the employees. And data should not be given, so either you keep it blank or you just mention it as a null. So this variable will contain null, so it won't contain anything, or even if you don't give it, it's okay. But normally now all of our API calls will be giving message and data. So wherever data is not there, I'll be putting it as null. This will help me in accessing this API from the UI. Okay, so I'll keep it as null. Now let us see. So for getting it, I normally just go here and get it. So I'll go F12. Okay, and let us reload it. See, it is giving me something. This favicon error is some different error. Leave it because it is just a web API, right? It does not have a favicon. This is called as a favicon. Google that you see, that is favicon. Okay, now I have installed a utility on my browser. You can also do it. All the browsers nowadays are Chromium based, so you can also extend it like this. Only visit the web store, and here you will search for JSON. See, I have installed this one, JSON Viewer Pro. So due to this, if the API response or if any URL is giving me an API, giving me a JSON, then it gives a nice tree structure of the JSON. Okay, so get is tested. Now get by ID. Okay, this I have still not implemented, so it cannot get. So let me implement get by ID now. So I'll say app.get, or wait a minute, let me just commit this part. Okay, smaller commits will help you understand the code better. Now I want get by ID, or get by ID. So I'll be saying it's a get call only. The HTTP method is the same, but here I'll be passing an ID. Okay, and then once again the callback. Okay, now here once again I'll be sending the same thing, but here I will be sending that, you know, here in the data I'll be saying that ID is, what is ID? Request dot params dot ID. See, I didn't have to split the URL by hash and then find out the second part with index 1. I didn't have to do that. I just get it ready made over here, request dot params ID, and I'll say you have requested to get the employee with ID. Here also I can say which ID. So here there is full stop also. So how do I do that? You close it here like this, and here you write request.params.id. Okay, so this is okay, but an easier way of writing it is by using backticks. So how to write it? I'll comment this part, I'll write it here, backtick, okay, and then comma. Okay, now here what I'll write is you requested to get the employee with ID, and here itself I'm writing dollar and ID and then full stop also. So this notation is much cleaner. I'll give both of them to you. I'll keep it commented so that you can refer to it. Okay, you write it the way you like. So let us test this now. Now if I pass an ID, then what happens? If I pass an ID, then it says ID is not defined. Oh yeah, ID is not defined because this has to be like request.params.id. Rather, you can keep this somewhere here as a variable, and then you can use only that variable everywhere. That is the easiest thing to do. Okay. Okay, done. So now let us check it. See, you requested an employee with this ID, and in the data also I am giving ID. So if you want this to change to 6 something else, then that something else has come over here, and that something else has come over here as well. Got it? Okay. Chalo, so I am giving you this commit, and I'm going to say that express.js get by ID call committed. Now you see my local git repo is here, but my cloud git repo is here. So as soon as I sync it, both of them will be at the latest commit. Okay, now both of them are at the latest commit. Chalo. Now let us implement put, patch and delete. So here I'll say app.put, obviously. Do I need an ID? Yeah, pass an ID and a full object. So I'll be saying ID, and you'll be having a request response and then somebody. So this thing I'll just copy in every case. Okay, in patch also I require it, in delete also I require it. So I keep it in the clipboard. Clipboard means Windows V. This is my clipboard. Okay, so I just copied it in the clipboard. I'll paste it in the case of patch and delete as well. Okay, now what I'll do is, this is my put call. So in put call, I need to get the ID first. So I'll be saying again, let ID is equal to request.params.id. Okay, now I want to get updated employee, which is request.body. Okay, updated employee will be in request.body, and then you do rest of the things. So in patch also it will be exactly the same, by the way. Now what we'll do is we will be sending this. Okay, I'll just say that you requested to update fully or completely or fully the employee with ID this. Okay, now this thing I'll remove. Okay, Chalo, now ID is this, okay, and here I'll be saying that the employee, whatever you have passed, updated employee. Okay, let us test it. So I'm now checking postman, put call, let us test it. So certain ID is passed and then this body is passed as JSON. So see, it has sent that message, you have requested to update fully this employee with ID so and so, and the data has whatever object I want it to be. So I want it to be like this object, Amit Shah, 65 years old, is graduate, true. Okay, very good. I'll just give this to you. Now similar to this, there is patch call. Patch call is exact copy paste, no difference. The only difference is what object you are sending in the body. So this is partial. Okay, chalo, rest is exactly the same. I'll show it to you. Now see here, I'm sending only one field, and when I send it, it says, ah yeah, my bad, I did not change this to patch. Yeah, so it says patch is not implemented only. How are you sending it? Okay, so now it says you requested to update partially the employee with ID this, and this is the field which is to be updated. Perfect, perfect. This is exactly what I had sent. Okay, so this is your patch call. Okay, now let us focus on delete call. So for delete, what should we do? Yeah, for delete, instead of put, here it will be delete, and here I'll be sending an ID, that's it. So I'll say okay, so I'll say that you requested to delete the employee with ID so and so, and in the data I'm sending ID was this. Okay, is it saved? Prettier is giving some exception. Let me open the terminal and see. Yeah, one thing is left. So I think okay, let me check once again. This thing ends here itself. Okay, that's why now this thing ends here, and then I should be ending this, then this, and then this. See, if you are getting a lot of problem with brackets, you can always install color brackets. I also get that problem. See, this is a deprecated one, this is a new one. So bracket pair, color with it, okay, trust it, done. Now if you see, all the brackets are colored differently, so I know now this bracket is for this only, this is for this only. Okay, fine, correct now, then everything looks okay to me. Yeah, sorry, my bad. This thing, done. Okay, now let us test it. Let us test it with this thing, postman, deleting it with some ID, and raw should not be sent actually, so we should not send anything. Okay, I'm saving it and let's call it. So it says, yeah, you requested to delete the employee with ID this, yeah, 380. and data has ID was this. Okay, great, perfect. So that is delete for you. So till now you have your API ready, but am I really making any data changes? Till now I am not. But making the API is very important. You first write it down properly like this, and now everything is very clearly written. You can see your code, you can even minimize this so that you know how it is. So ExpressJS, I just created the app, I used middleware to let it know what kind of a data you can accept, and then I made the API calls, or I wrote the API calls, and then I said please start listening to so and so port. Okay, this is how simple ExpressJS is. Now let us do actual CRUD operations on the database during these calls. So here I'm just sending some message. I'm just saying, okay, you requested for it. But now let us really fetch it. When you say you requested for creating that object, then really create it in the database. So for that we require database. So first go and create the database. Go to MongoDB. This is their official website. Here you will say sign in. Let me sign in using Google only. So when you sign in for the very first time, now I already have a cluster over here which is in this project, and it is in this organization. So you won't see this kind of a screen, right? So let me delete all of them so that you see what should be seen. So to delete any cluster, first of all, what do? So you will first go to organization. Here, if you want to delete the organization, here is the setting of organization. If you want to delete it, you cannot delete it. Why? Because you have to delete everything inside first and outside later. So first, within the organization there are projects, so you need to delete the project. Can you delete the project? No, you cannot, because within the project you have in data services you have clusters, and in charts you have some dashboards. So you first delete the data services. So now I'm in this organization, this project, data services, this is my cluster. So I'll go over here, I'll say view all my clusters here. So these are all my clusters. So there's only one cluster that I have, that is employee. Now I'll go here and I'll say terminate this cluster. If you have other clusters also, then they'll be listed as a card below them. Go ahead and delete them one by one. Okay, so I have only one cluster, I'm terminating it. I'll be saying employee. Terminate. Now you see these ants dancing, that means something is happening, and it is saying that closing this cluster for shutdown. So first it will close it, then it will shut it down. Okay, by the time this is happening, I can go back to the project settings. So project settings are also here only, just like organization settings are here. Project settings are also here only. Here, let us see if there is anything else. Okay, I can delete the project now. Now you can say EMS. It says that there are, that cluster is still not terminated. So we will have to wait for a while until that cluster gets completely terminated. So I can go to data services, check whether cluster is there. It is not there. So once again, I'll go to project settings, bottom of the page, EMS. Okay, now the project is deleted. Now I can go ahead and I can go to organization settings, again bottom of the page, and I can delete the organization. Okay, now when you log in for the first time, this is the screen that you will see. The first thing you need to make is organization. Inside that organization, project. Inside the project, clusters. Inside the cluster, collections will be automatically generated, or you can do it programmatically when you give a post call. In those collections there will be documents. Okay, this is the entire hierarchy. So first let us create a organization. I'll give any name like my own name. Now what is this Atlas? Atlas means in the Microsoft world we used to have MS SQL, Microsoft SQL. So Microsoft SQL had Microsoft SQL Server. One application was that. Another was Microsoft SQL Server Manager. Okay, so one application was actual database, another application was the database administrator or database manager. Similarly, here MongoDB is the actual database and MongoDB Atlas is the manager of that database. So I'm choosing this one. If you want a third-party manager, then you can choose Cloud Manager and then you can choose which third-party manager you want. But I will choose MongoDB Atlas only. Now here create the organization. Okay, organization is there now. In this drop down you see organization is there. But what about project? So first I have to create a project in that organization. I'll go here, I'll create a project, let us say employee management system. I'll leave everything intact, no need to do anything. It is saying add member and set the permission. So my Gmail means myself only, it is added as a project owner. I'm saying yes. Okay, here it is saying your organization does not have a designated security contact. So you have to give your email address. So you go over here, you give your email address. See, it is saying, oh, this is incomplete. How can you do it, man? I'll say edit. Put my email address. Done, save. Nothing is incomplete now. Very good. So if there is any security alert, it will be emailed to me. Like they can say, okay, your cluster is down due to some maintenance, something like that. So if there is a or somebody has hacked it, we are looking into it, whatever, they'll let me know on this contact detail, which is my email ID. Okay, now go back to projects. Within this organization, this is the project EMS. Within this project, now I have data services. That alert has gone, that error message that was there, that has gone. Now I have two tabs, data services and chart. Data services means data will be in this tab, and charts means you can visualize that data with respect to various queries. You can generate various graphs, various charts in charts. Okay, so it's only for visualizing your data. Practically, I'm never going to use it. I'm only going to be in data services. Now in data services, first you have to create a cluster. They will have collections and those collections will have documents. So first let us create a cluster. Let the cluster be a free cluster. So where do you want to deploy that cluster? You should be able to access that cluster. So that cluster will exist somewhere on cloud. How do you want to deploy it? I'll say take the free plan, don't take a paid plan. One cluster can be deployed with free plan. If you have two clusters or more than one clusters, then for upcoming clusters you have to take a paid plan. But one cluster they allow you to host it freely or deploy it freely. Now give the cluster name. Let me call it as employee. This is employee cluster. Now provider can be, now this is hosted somewhere, right? Who will host it? Which provider? AWS. Oh, it works in Mumbai region. Google Cloud, Mumbai region. Azure works in my city, which is Pune. So I'll select Pune. I can choose AWS also, but the latency will be more. Means that data, when I'll fetch that data has to come from Mumbai, right? So it is going to take a little longer. Pune is better for me. I'll choose Pune. Okay, done. So this is cluster. It will be deployed using these providers. Now I have done it many times today also. So it is going to ask me, okay, ask me whether you are really a human being or not. It won't ask you. Okay. So that cluster got created. Now it says that how will you connect to that cluster? You need a username and password to connect to that. So this username, it has auto generated. I can change it also. Password also I can change it also, but I'll just keep a copy of this. I'll keep a note of this, that this is my username and password. It is already following all the norms, the strictness, how good it should be. So okay, I'll leave it. If I click next, it won't go. It will say this is what I've suggested. You have to create that user. So first click this button, then you can go next. Now it says you have the username, password for the cluster, but then how will you connect to that cluster? So the way to connect it is, these are all the ways. So I'll say, okay, I'll choose the second last way, which is MongoDB for VS Code. Okay. Now here it is showing me, this is the connection string that you can use. It gives me a lot of other things also. It says first, for Visual Studio Code, there is an extension that we have. Install that extension, MongoDB for VS Code. Then it tells me a lot of things, but all these things are not required. I'll tell you the simplest way. Simplest way is only copy this URL, this connection string. So you copy it. While copying, just remember that show password should be checked, so that password is also there. Otherwise, you will have to type the password manually. You will have to paste that password in this place manually. I'll say show password, copy this. I'll copy it at some place. This is my habit. I don't rely upon anyone. I keep such important things with me. Okay. Now I'll say next. Next what? Okay, the cluster is formed. The cluster's name is employee, and now it is already loading some sample data set. So in the cluster, it is creating sample collections, and those sample collections will be having sample documents. Okay, done. Now you don't have to do anything. Now you come back. You come back to your code. Here you require Mongoose to access that database, right? So for that, I will be creating, I'll be importing, or sorry, installing the package called as Mongoose. Okay, let us check whether its entry has come. It is a dependency. Correct, it got installed. Very good. Mongoose. Now I'll go to index.js. I'll keep this running. I'll keep this running so that I come to know if I'm making any mistake. Yeah. Okay, I'll keep this running over here only. Now let us see how to code for Mongoose. For Mongoose, let us include it first. Okay, change detected, everything is running fine, there is no. So between restarting due to changes and the last line, there should not be any error. That means everything is fine. Mongoose is there. Now let us connect. Okay, so I'll just say for Mongoose, I'm going to write that code somewhere, like maybe over here. Or let me write it right at the bottom. Just before this, I'm writing, this is Mongoose code. Okay, so I'll be saying mongoose.connect to whichever query string I had written. Okay, so first let me create a variable, say that should be a constant only actually. So I'll keep it up so that I can change it at any time. So I'll be calling it as constant cluster connection string is equal to, and I'll paste that query string, or what, so not query string, it is connection string. Okay. Now I'll say in mongoose.connect, I'll just say connect to this connection string. You will see nothing is broken. Okay, nothing is broken. See, restarting due to changes and nothing is broken after that. Very good. Now what I'm going to say? I'm going to say, see, once you connect now, give me a message, yaar. So this is a callback function I'm writing. I'll say once you connect to a database now, console.log that MongoDB is connected. Means you have connected to MongoDB. Okay. Okay, now what does it say? App crashed, waiting for start. Okay, what does it say here? Acha, it no longer accepts callback. Okay. My bad. Chalo, my bad. I'll cut this part. I'll say, okay, you don't accept any callback, so I'll delete my callback. Okay, what do? What is your return type? So your return type is a promise. Okay, then I'll say, okay, after promise, then once again I write exactly the same thing. Yeah, this has to be in a function. Done. Okay, now it should not break. See, restarting due to changes, now it did not break after that, and it is also letting me know that MongoDB is connected. So connection is so simple. Okay, so I'll just do one thing. I'll give this as one commit, and then I'll add this inside that MongoDB as separate thing. So here I'll say MongoDB was connected. Okay, this is your one commit. The immediately next commit I want to give is only if MongoDB connects, then only you should start listening to a certain port or something. So ExpressJS API should be opened up for use only after database is connected. Otherwise, what will you do with that API? So I'll just copy and paste it over here. Okay, so now you see, previously it used to say that ExpressJS server is up and running, and then it used to say database is connected. Now what is it saying? MongoDB is connected, and then ExpressJS is listening to a certain port. Got the idea? So this is how it should be. And I'll give the name here that ExpressJS server is made live after or only after the successful connection to MongoDB database. Okay. Chalo, this is also very important. Proper way of coding. Okay, MongoDB is very simple. Now what is left? Now we have to implement all those API calls. Okay, which API calls? All these API calls which are there in this region, they have to be implemented now. Okay, so I have to implement those API calls. So how do I do that? Let us go to them one by one. Post call. How do I implement it? Before implementing any API calls, what you are going to require is, you are going to require something called as schema and model for employee cluster. Okay, the name of the cluster is employee. You gave the name of the cluster as employee, right? So you need to create them first. How will you do that? Using Mongoose. Mongoose is the library which is used to connect to database. Whatever you have to do with the database, you have to use Mongoose. So here I'll say constant, let this be my schema. So employee schema. How will I get it? I'll get it like this, mongoose dot schema. Schema is capital. Okay. So since it's a class, it also has a constructor. So I'm just creating a new object of the schema class. And here I'll say, okay, it should always have a name also, which is a string. And it should also have an age, which is a number. And it should also have is graduate, which is a boolean. Got it? This is the schema. Then I want to create the model. So I'll say constant employee model. So how do I get it? I get it again through mongoose. Mongoose.model. This is a function. Okay. It accepts two arguments, other arguments also, but we are passing only two arguments. One is the name of your cluster. For which cluster you want model? Employee cluster. this employee cluster. And where is the schema? So this is the schema. So I'm copying it, I'm pasting it over here. Got it? So this became my employee model. Everything is passing. Okay. Now I'll give you this commit separately. I'll say schema and model for employee cluster. Done. Now let us implement one by one all the API calls. So for post, what do we want? This is the new employee. I want to save it actually. So how do I do that? So for saving it, I'll be saying employee model, which we just created, by the way, employee model. This we just created it here, schema, then we pass the schema in the cluster name. This became the model, the same model. I'm saying model dot we have to create a new new employee. So whatever new employee is there, I'm just creating an object of it, and then that object should be saved. Okay, I'll write it down in a better way. So whatever is the new object, new employee, that is in request.body. So first I'll create that. So this is my new employee, and then I'll say new employee, could you please save yourself? New employee, could you please save yourself? Okay, see, everything is passing. Now this thing, what happens is it gives a call to this and then it goes here. So before this call gets completed, it will just return you the result. I don't want that. I want it to wait until it is saved and then only show the result. So I'll have to use await over here. Why await? Await can be used only for promise. So it is returning a promise. You can see save. Save is returning a promise, and that's why I can write await. But whenever you write await, this function in which you write it, it has to be async. Which function? Function in which you wrote the callback function, right? So this callback function is now asynchronous function. Okay, so it is going to get the new employee created using this model, and the data is coming from request.body, and then it is asking that employee models object to save itself. Okay, model means what? साचा, यानी इस साचे में ये आप डेटा डालिए और उस साचे को बोलना आप सेव हो जाए, यानी एक ऑब्जेक्ट बनेगा उसका. Got the idea? So this is the whole concept. Okay, and after that you will say you request the creation. Okay, so here I'll just say employee got created. And you can also mention which employee got created. This employee got created. Okay, now let me see whether this really works. So let me go to create employee. Currently you will see, let us go to that cluster. It does not have any data only at the moment. So browse collections button is not there. Let me reload it. Let me see whether any sample data is created yet. Okay, some sample data was created. See, it was creating it now. So now collections are there. So browse collections is there. I click here. Here you will see all the collections. So here currently these are all sample collections. So all these are sample data that it is creating. Now if we wait for a little longer, it will create a few more collections. All these collections will be having these documents. Every document can have different data types also. Like there can be another document which does not have movie ID only. It's very much possible because there's document based database. Okay, leave it. So these are documents, these are collections, and all these collections are in employee cluster. So in the test, there is nothing at the moment. Let me check. Okay, there is no document. Okay, there is no document here. So when I post it, it will get created. So let me post it. It said that employee got created. Which employee? This employee. So let me just check whether it really got created. Yeah, it really got created. So in CRUD operation, first C got created, means creation is done. So I'll do one thing. I will just commit it as MongoDB create is done or post is done. Okay, chalo, create is done. Okay. Okay, so after create, what should we do? We should implement read all get. So for this, I'll just say employee model dot read all means find. Okay, and whatever you get, after getting it, this has that data. And I'll say that you requested for all the employees and here's the data. Okay. Okay. Now let us check whether this is working or not. So for get all, I'll once again go to the browser. I'll check here local host colon 3000. Yeah, you requested for all the employees and I'm getting only one employee because I have only one at the moment. Okay, so let me go to create and create a couple of more. Let us create another employee. Now this time let us create it using form encoding. Name is John Doe, age is 60, okay, 56, is graduate, yes. Okay, now I'll create this one. See, it also got created. I got an ID for it and everything. So let me copy this ID and let me check whether the ID is correct or not. Here I can give a query also. I can say ID or underscore ID is equal to this, and yeah, it has to be in quotes. No, that's not true. I'll reset it so that I'll get all the employees. Okay, the employee, this is the IDR. Acha, what I'm displaying is wrong. What I'm saying is in create, this is the new employee, and after saving it, it gave me the ID also, right? But wait a minute, it should be John Doe. What am I displaying here? Okay, it should be John Doe. Okay, let me check here. Here John Doe is correct. Yeah, I think yeah, there is one thing here. You have to mention something over here that in options you have to mention new is equal to true, something like that. Let me check it this time now. Let this be Mallika Sherawat. Let the age be 30 years. I won't make more than that. And yes, she is my employee, let's say. In that case, it is saying a document must have an ID before saving it. Okay, I cannot do that. So this won't work, but let me check once. A document must have an ID and all. Okay, why is it giving that? Body, okay. And I have that middleware also, extended equal to true. Correct. Go ahead. Yeah, employee got created. So sometimes, you know, this Postman, you just have to close this window, reopen it. I've seen this bug in Postman. Okay, so Mallika Sherawat, let us see what is the ID. Now it must be 3 employees. Okay, 5 of them. Okay, so many got created. And yes, the ID is correct. Okay, so Mallika I created 3 times. John Doe, I'm not sure why it gave the wrong ID, but it is working fine, no problem. Okay, anyways, it is working fine. So what did I just implement? I implemented that get thing, right? Get all. So now we will go and try to get all of them. So now it is saying that these are all the 5 of them. Okay, chalo, let me see the last 3 because these are Mallika Sherawat's. Perfect, fantastic, 5 of them. That's awesome. Okay, let's commit this as MongoDB. And what did we just do? Get all. Okay, now let us go for another commit for get by ID. So let us say that I want to get Mallika by ID. So how do I do that? I'll say employee model dot find by ID and whichever ID I want, like request dot params dot ID, and then after that again a similar callback. Okay, having employee, whichever employee I asked for, and then I'll just show this thing that here I'll say data is actually that employee. Okay, and if I already have this let ID equal to something, then I'll keep it here, and instead of this I'll say only ID. Okay, I hope this is correct. Okay, correct. So this is get by ID. So let me see whether I can get Mallika Sherawat, the last one. Copy ID, and here I'll just give the ID like this. Yes, I got the employee that you requested for this ID, correct, and it is Mallika Sherawat. It is perfect, awesome. I liked it so much. So let me commit MongoDB. What was this? Get by ID. Okay, once this is done, we will go for the next thing, which is put patch. Now you see there are 3 Mallika Sherawats. So let's make one Deepika Padukone and one as Aishwarya Rai. Okay, so let's do that now. So for that, let us implement put call. So for put call again, getting these, getting the ID is great. There is no problem here. Then updated employee. So that is in the, okay, that is also correct only. Now we'll see employee model dot find by ID and update. Okay, and here you will give whatever you got. So basically ID, then updated employee, and then here you can say please return me the updated employee. So new is equal to true. Okay, so then, so this is again a promise, so I'll say then a function here. I'll say updated employee, whatever it is, or just returned employee. Okay, and here I'm going to write the same message. Okay, but here I'll be giving a returned updated employee. Okay, so I hope this works. Let us go to put. Here in the body I'm going to say that name should be Deepika Padukone, Deepika Padukone, and age, I don't like to give more than 30 I'll give it 28. I know she is elder than that, but come on here, have some etiquettes. Okay, so you have requested for that, but yeah, I got null for this. Why did I get null? Wait a minute, I'll close this. Let me check once again. That is a put call. I said find by ID and updated. It takes ID, then it takes updated model, and then it takes option where I'm saying new is equal to true. Good. And then whatever you returned, I'm just saying please. Is this not copied correctly? Wait a minute. Okay, done. This thing is here. Perfect. This thing is here. Everything is closed also. So let me run that again. I'm passing Deepika Padukone. So put call. Yeah. Here I forgot now. This should be what? This should be one of Mallika's. So okay, there are 3 Mallika's at the bottom. So this one I'm going to take, third from the bottom. I'm going to give that ID over here and let us send. Yeah, you requested a full change to the employee, and it is Deepika Padukone now, and the ID has remained the same. Let me check. Now you see first, second, third one is Deepika now. Third one from up or third one from bottom. It's Deepika Padukone, age 28, perfect. Is graduate, of course. Okay, very good. I'll just commit this. I'll say that this is MongoDB put call. Now similar to this, I will implement patch call. Patch call has exactly the same code. You just copy everything and you just paste it over there. Okay, instead of saying fully, whatever you say partially, but rest everything is the same. So let us check that out. Partially. This time we want Aishwarya Rai. Yeah, the name should become Aishwarya Rai. Aishwarya Rai Bachchan. Okay. We need the ID where we want to make that change. So see, there are 2 Mallika Sherawats now. So this one, okay, I like Mallika more, by the way. So I'll keep Mallika, and then last employee I'll change it to Aishwarya Rai. Okay. Chalo, last employee is Aishwarya Rai. I'm only changing the name. The rest of the things should remain the same. Like age should remain 30. Is graduate should remain true. Okay. Let us try. Okay, it is partially updated. Now ID remained the same. Name changed. Age same. Is graduate also remained the same. Perfect. Now let me see whether this really worked here. So we'll look at all the employees: Amit Shirasao, John Doe, Deepika Padukone, Mallika Sherawat, and last one is Aishwarya Rai Bachchan. Age is the same, that is 30, and is graduate is true, and the ID also remained the same. Perfect. So we implemented it very well. I'll call it as MongoDB patch. Okay, done. Now we want to implement delete. So for that, we'll go over here. Whom will you like to delete? John Doe. I'll delete this guy, John Doe. So how do you implement delete? For delete, it is pretty simple. Whatever ID you got here, you just say that employee model dot find by ID and delete, and here you just mention the ID. Okay, other than that, you can also mention that is all, and then you mention then, because it's a promise, and then once again the same thing, deleted employee, and here once again the same thing. Okay, but here you actually have the deleted employee, so let's show that deleted employee. Chalo, this is done. Let me test it. Okay, I'm copying John Doe's ID, I'm pasting it over here. You requested to delete the employee with the ID this, okay, and which employee got deleted? This one, this one. Perfect. John Doe, 56 years old, it should not exist anymore. There are 5 employees, I'll say apply. Now it should be only 4, Amit, Deepika, Mallika and Aishwarya. Kya baat hai yaar. That's the company I like to have. Very good. So we implemented this also. MongoDB delete call, or if I'm giving it in caps, then delete call. Okay, so this is done. MongoDB is implemented. Okay, now your service is also implemented. Your service is ready. This is all that your API is about. Now you can do minor cosmetic changes, like here employee got created. So here also it should be retrieved employees. Then here it should be retrieved employee with ID, or fetched employees, fetched employee with ID. Okay, remove this. Then here you can write see there was W over here. You requested fully updated. Okay, fully updated the employee with ID. Partially updated the employee with ID, and here you can say deleted the employee with ID. Okay, so this is a very cosmetic change, so I'll say cosmetic. Response messages were changed. Okay, cosmetic means very minor change, only leading to UI change. Functionality did not change, only the look and feel UI changed. Whatever message means whatever user facing message was there, that was updated. Okay, chalo, done. Now what should we do? Service is done. Now that our service is already developed, let us develop the UI. I'll tell you right away that the core setting for the service is still not done. I'll do it after I complete that UI part. So I can directly create a folder UI over here, but instead of that, let us create it through Angular CLI. So first of all, check whether Angular CLI is installed on your system. So anywhere in the command prompt, just click ng version. Now if you get a response, that means Angular CLI is installed. If not, then you should be saying npm install globally @angular/CLI. Okay, I've already done it. I got the response, so I'm not running this. Now I'll close this by clicking the middle mouse button on the tab. This is how I normally close the tabs. So if I open any tab and I want to close it, middle mouse button. Same thing works with any browser also, as well as any IDE window also. Same thing works. Okay, now here I want to open this folder in my command prompt. So what I'll do is I'll go to the address bar. I'll say cmd. Okay, so that folder opens in the command prompt. Now here I'll give the command ng new for creating a new Angular project. And the name of the project should be UI, because that's the name of the folder that I want. Okay, now it is going to ask me a lot of questions. The first question is, which kind of style sheet do you want to use? I'll use SCSS. Now, do you want server-side rendering and static site generation? So these two are great technologies. I'll tell you why both of them are used. Server-side rendering means if your application is going to be updated very often, then you require server-side rendering. For example, if you have a share market website which tells you the ups and downs about every stock, or let us say you're having a sports website which keeps telling you the live scores, then you require server-side rendering. Then static site generation means it will let us say your website is absolutely static. So in that case, for example, Wikipedia, it never changes. So if it is just a set of web pages which are very static, then you should go for static site rendering. What this does is, to optimize or to improve the performance, it caches your web pages on the client side. Means it caches them in the user's browser, so that when the user changes the pages, the response is really quick. So I'm not willing to use any of them, so I'll say no. Do you want to create a zoneless application? See, zone.js was conventionally used by Angular. It was developed by Google only. Angular is also developed by Google. Zone.js is also developed by Google. So zone.js was used to detect changes on the UI. Means if user is moving the mouse, maybe tabbed out of certain field, did any kind of a thing, typed something, any kind of a user input was detected using zone.js. Now Google only has developed something called as Signal. So if we are using Signal, we should not be using zone.js. And now Google only says that stop using zone.js and start using Signal, because that is the new thing. So I'll say, do you want to create a zoneless application? See, this is a googly question. It is not saying, do you want to use zone.js? In that case, I'll say no. But it is saying, do you want to create a zoneless application? So I have to say, yes, I want to create a zoneless application. Actually, Google CLI, this Angular CLI should improve the questions. Questions should be straight. They should not be in the negative way. It confuses people. Okay, here, do you want to use any AI? I'll say no. Okay, now what it is doing is, it must be having some template in a certain Git platform. Maybe Google must be using Google Cloud as a Git platform. Now, in that template, there must be some boilerplate code already. So now it is downloading it. After downloading it, so this folder must have been created. See, this folder is created. Git repo must also be initialized after it gets downloaded. So now what it is doing is, see, git ignore has come. Git initialize has not happened yet. So first it will download everything. So it is git cloning it. So git clone command run. Now see, .git also came. So after it has cloned everything and after everything has happened, then it is saying that it's a working folder, okay, whatever. So leave about git at the moment. After downloading it, it must be running the command npm install. So due to npm install, what happens is package.json must have been downloaded. Now it reads the package.json and it installs all the modules in node modules, and it makes their version entries in package log.json. I don't see that file over here. Yeah, it's over here. Yeah. So this explains these three files. And then what about this .get? So let us read. So here it says that, let me bring it a little up so that you are able to see properly. Now it says in the working copy of package log.json, elif will be replaced by control elif. The next time git touches it, okay, whatever it is, I don't know. In the working copy, whatever it is, successfully initialize git. So when this happens, that .git folder gets generated. Okay, now let us also investigate this git ignore file. So let me just open it with either Visual Studio Code or maybe just in Notepad. So let us just look at it. Here it ignores node modules. Okay, very good. And it ignores most of the other things also, like VS Code. This is just VS Code configuration. We don't require to put it in Git. Very good. So most of my work is already done. So this boilerplate code is really good. Okay, very good. Okay, now what to do? Let us open this in VS Code. So I'll open this in the command prompt and I'll say code dot. So this opens in the VS Code. Now I'll close all these command prompts. I get confused due to them. Okay, here let me explain the folder structure in short. Here basically you have TypeScript configuration, readme, package.json, we already know. Angular.json, now this is a very important file. This has all the configuration about Angular application. So here you see the project that we have is UI. Now it is also saying that the style schematic that we are using is SCSS, and in architect build options, here it says that assets means all those assets folder is a folder which is never compiled. So it contains all the raw data like your text files, image files, maybe music, video, all that kind of data which should not be compiled. That kind of a data is kept in asset folder. So which folder acts as my asset folder? That is public folder. So you see this public folder, this has asset. Now here there is only one icon at the moment, which is the favicon. Favicon is the same icon that you see over here. This is a favicon. Or if you go to MongoDB, then this is the favicon. Okay, so favicon for our website is Angular icon. Okay, so that is kept over here because it should not be processed, and that is why this is raw data, so it is kept in public. Now what else? Here it is also telling you that which style sheet is the global style sheet. So global style sheet is in source, it is styles.scss. See, all your source code is kept in source along with styling, everything, HTML, JavaScript and CSS, everything is kept in source. So in source, what do you see? In source you see this global style sheet as you saw over here, and it also has main.ts. So all the execution starts from here, logic or brains of your application starts from here, and the structure of your application starts from this index.html. Here if you see, it says that start all execution from bootstrap application. So what is bootstrap? A bootstrapping application means this web application, means website, should bootstrap from somewhere. Bootstrap means where does the execution start from? That is called as bootstrap. So the bootstrap point of this website or web application is app. What is app? So control and click on it so that you go to the place where it is defined. So it is in the source folder app, and here it is. So it is basically a class, but it is decorated with component decorator. So this decorator gives some special meaning to this class. It says that this class is actually a component. Notice that we don't have any module file over here. This is because by default all the components nowadays are standalone components. If you don't write it here, then it is by default standalone only, but you can also mention here that standalone is equal to true. You can mention it. Even if you don't mention it, then also by default it is standalone. And since this is a standalone component, it does not have a module. Previously we used to have modules and within modules we used to have components, and some of the components used to be shared components. So it used to cause a lot of problems. It used to cause a lot of confusion. So nowadays what people prefer is, let's have every component for themselves, very individual components, very independent components. So all the components are standalone nowadays. So in that case, we don't have app.module.ts, and so we only have something called as app.config.ts. Now all the providers have to be provided here. Previously, if you remember, for HTTP calls, we used to have in the app.modules.ts, in the providers array, we used to say HTTP client module. Okay, but now we have to say something like provide HTTP client. That's what we have to say. Got the idea? So these are a few changes that have happened. So one is zone.js is removed, Signal has come. Another is see, everything is happening through Signal. And a second is that in all the components are by default standalone, and that's why you don't have module file, you have config file. In config, the way you provide things is using a function like this, and the function starts with the word provide. Okay, so with this preview, let us start with our application. So the main application starts from here, right? Okay, it says that this is the selector. So wherever these selectors are just like JavaScript, jQuery selectors, you can say. In jQuery, we used to say $ into bracket and into quotes, whatever we write, that used to be the selector for various HTML elements. So when you didn't give a dot over here or didn't give a hash over here, then it meant that this is a HTML tag. So let us see where this HTML tag is. So it is, of course, everything starts from index.html. So this is your single page application. So this is your single page. So here you get that tag. So now what it says is, wherever you see this tag, replace it with this HTML, whichever you find in template URLs. So you replace this by this, okay, and you give this style, and you give the behavior which I tell in this class. So this is the structure, this is the styling, that means look and feel, and this is the behavior. All these three things for this tag. Okay, so what does the HTML say? HTML gives you a lot of things, and this is what you're going to see on the screen. Here you will also see that a signal is used, title. Now let us see where title is used in this. So signal is normally given like this, signal into bracket, whatever you want to give. And here, if you search for that signal title, you will have to use it like this. String interpolation has to be used, means this mustache tags have to be used, double curly braces have to be used. That is string interpolation. You have to do that. But if title were just a variable, you would use it like this. But since it is signal, you have to use it like a method. Okay, this is the change. Got the idea? I know those of you who must have learned Angular in the old age, now there's a lot of catching up that you have to do, but still I have explained you only those things which are absolutely groundbreaking, and you won't be able to survive without them. A few more things are also different, like this for loop has changed, if loop has changed since Angular 17. We'll come to that. Okay, so what do we do next? So first of all, just to show you that whatever I said is correct, let me run it once. So to run it, let me see in the package.json, there must be certain script. Yeah, we'll run this script. So I'll say npm run start. Now the beauty is that I could have run this command directly because I installed Angular CLI globally. So from any folder I can run ng. But I respect the system, and so I'm not doing it. Normally people don't even install Angular CLI globally. They install it within a folder or something, or means within this folder only they install. See, Angular CLI is installed only over here. So that's how they do it. They don't install Angular CLI globally. They do it only in this project. See, what happens is I had to create this project from scratch, so I required Angular CLI. Otherwise, if there is a new developer, they will only clone this Git repo, and then they will start the project like this only. They don't even have Angular CLI installed on their system globally. It is only installed into this project, and so they have to run the command npm run start. Okay, so I'll also go that way only. Chalo, Angular run start. So let me show you. This is already deployed on localhost 4200. It did not start, it did not open the website on its own. If you wanted to open it, then instead of ngserve, you should be saying ngserve-o. Okay, this is how it should be. At the moment, I'm keeping it the way it is. Now here I'll open this in the default browser, and this is what you see. Now just to let you know that title is actually this UI. So see this title, and this title was what, UI. Now instead of this, if I say hello Amit Shirasao, then instead of UI it will be Amit Shirasao. Got the idea? Now you understood that basically AppRoot is replaced by HTML, CSS, and this behavior. So I'll do one thing, just to prove my point. I'm just putting here hello world. So now on the screen you will see only hello world. Okay, now let us create a table over here, a very basic table. So I'll only keep two files open, this one and this one. Okay, so in the TS file I don't require this signal, so I'll delete it. Okay, and this is the only HTML thing. So HTML says hello world. Now instead of hello world, I want to show a table. Table should have t head, that means header, and t body. Now t head should have a tr, and inside the tr there should be th. Let there be 4 th. The first one will be name. Of course, this is employees table, as you can guess. I'm trying to have the CRUD operations done from the UI so that I can show you across all the layers how the data flows. So in the website, means on the UI, in the UI layer also, we are creating employee table. We'll be adding a new employee. We will be editing existing employees, and we'll be deleting an existing employee. Okay. So here name, when the employees are shown, it should be name, age, is graduate, and action. So you must be wondering, what is this action? So in the action there should be two buttons saying edit or delete, something like that. So I'll say here td. See, in body you have to write td, and in head you have to write th. That's why th is shown in bold, if you noticed. Now I want 4 of them, and let us create a simple employee at the moment. Let me hard code Amit Shirasao, or John Doe, let us say, or let us say Richard Nixon. Politicians also I'm including now. His age must be like 75. Yeah, of course, graduate. Yes, true. Okay, and let the actions be edit and delete. Okay, so let us see this in action. I'm saving it, so automatically indentation will be corrected by Prettier, and everything is being loaded. As I save anything, see, it reloads everything, and I can see it over here. Now this table is generated, but the table does not look very good. It does not even have borders. So how do I bring that? For that, I'm going to use something called as Bootstrap CSS. But before that, let me commit this much part of the code, and I'll say basic table is was created. Okay, basic table was created. Now I'm publishing it. It's going to ask me where you want to publish it. So local Git repo, it only created, but when I publish it, I don't have a cloud repo at the moment. So I'll say it should be ems_ui and publish it on my GitHub as a public repo so that you are also able to see my code. Okay, published, uploading. Okay, let me see whether it got Yeah, very good. So this is the repo that it created. Very good. So at the moment there must be two commits. One is initial commit, which it did on its own when I created the project, and this is my own commit which I just did. Okay, so this one just has that table changes, whatever table changes. So I removed everything from app.html and I just added a table over there. And the next change is about app.ts file. So in app.ts file, what did I do? Yeah, I removed this title. That's it, nothing else. And standalone, I put it explicitly. Even if you don't do that, then also it is by default standalone component only. All the components nowadays are standalone if you don't mention them otherwise. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do is, this is a table. Now let us add Bootstrap CSS. So for Bootstrap CSS, let us go to their official website. They say that you should be installing it like this from npm. Okay, I'll copy this. If you don't give version, the latest version gets installed automatically. So I don't need to give at the rate whatever version they're saying. So I'll go to the terminal. I'll open it a little bit. Now here I'll say npm install bootstrap. So what this does is it adds the entry of bootstrap as a dependency. Why? Because you require it while you are running the website. So it's a dependency now. And it must also have created a record for it in package log.json, and then it must have downloaded it somewhere in node modules. Now in node modules it's difficult to navigate, so you click anywhere on any package in node modules and just start typing bootstrap. See here at the bottom that you land up at that package. Now you just open it, you will see so many folders and all. So I think dist is the ultimate folder that you should worry about. Okay, in dist you have css and javascript. So css, you should worry about .css.min, or sorry, .min.css. Okay, so I'll copy the relative path. All others are about narrow slices of the same minified file. So if you only have to use utilities, then you only include this much, but normally this is the main file that you should be including. Okay, now where do you include this? So there are two ways of including it. One is in index.html. okay, in this file you can have it. So in this file, where will you include it? You will include it over here, okay, as a link. But this is a bad way of doing it. A right way of doing it is you include it in angular.config, angular.json. Here you from the top you see project, UI, then you see architect, build, and here you will be able to see styles array. Here you should include it. That tree structure is maintained here. No matter how much I scroll, the tree structure is still maintained here. So you'll be able to see it now. Now here you add that CSS file. It comes with a backslash, replace them with a forward slash, because backslashes were used by Windows in the old way. Now everybody uses forward slash. Even Windows understands what is forward slash. And web always used forward slash. So earlier in my generation, what used to happen is whenever we had to create a desktop application, we had to use a backslash. Or if we had to take a data or a resource from local system, then we had to use backslash. But whenever the resource was on the net or during the API call, so we had to give a forward slash. But nowadays the life is much easier. Windows understands what is forward slash, so no problem. Everywhere use forward slash only. Chalo, this is done. Now there is one more thing. You have to include the CSS also. So once again go to Bootstrap. Here means I just typed Bootstrap. Wherever in the hierarchy, wherever Bootstrap is there, it comes to that. Now here I'll say in the dist again, in JavaScript, see, don't go directly to JavaScript. You say dist and JavaScript, and then you include Bootstrap minimum JS, minified JS. So you copy the relative path, and once again you can include it in index.html HTML also here at the end of the body, it is normally here you include the scripts. You can do that, but that's the old school way. It's the wrong way of doing it now. A better way of doing it is including it in AngularJSON. So just like styles in the same hierarchy, you can also have scripts, and it's also an array just like styles array, and here you can include that minified JavaScript file. Once again, replace all the backslashes by forward slashes. Okay, now this much part, maybe I should give you a separate commit for this. I'll say bootstrap.css is installed. Okay, how to use it, I'll let you know, but this is very important commit. Okay, done. Now how to use it. Now as far as you can see, here the table does not look good, right? So let me make the table look a little better now. I'll close everything else. See, here is the table. Here if you add the class equal to bootstrap class for table is table, and one more, I want table bordered. Okay, now let us see. Okay, if it is not reflecting, all that you need to do is rerun the whole thing. So I'll be stopping everything and I'll be running it again. That's all. It happens, see, whenever you make any changes to angular.json file. So it's the application level configuration file, right? So it's very heavy. So if something doesn't get reflected, then just stop the execution and run the command again. Okay, now let us see. See, the changes got reflected. Nothing happened. I just had to rerun it. Okay, now you will see that there is no border around it or what, or I mean there is no margin around it. It is sticking everywhere. So you know you don't like such a table. So what you should do is easiest way is to give a margin of 2 pixels all around. That's a good way. But a better way of doing it is to encapsulate everything in a div with class container. This is also a bootstrap class. Okay, done. Now let us check again. So this is how it is. Now in this container you can add padding and everything. So container automatically, you know, contains it first of all, and you know, center aligns it and top aligns it vertically. So that is done already by container. So that is the bootstrap's way of working. You should normally containerize things, and then in the container you can say padding. Now I want only padding from the top, nothing else. Rest everything is okay. So padding top should be let's say 2 pixels. Okay, done. So this is how you do it. Now what I'll do is, instead of Richard Nixon and everything, I want I want some real data. We'll get it later. First of all, I want buttons over here, edit and delete. So how do you do it? So instead of edit and delete, now I'll be actually creating buttons here, button and edit. And so when you control C on any line, it gets copied, and when you control V, then current line is pushed below, and whatever is pasted, that is pasted in the current line. Okay, this is delete. Okay, so here you will see that the buttons don't look very good. So let me give bootstrap classes over here. Now to select 2 rows in the same go, you click somewhere. Now shift control alter, all the 3 important keys, and down arrow key. Okay, you got it. Now the cursor is doubled in both the rows. Now if I press the same keys again, shift control and alter, and once again down, then see the next row is also getting selected. And see here the highlighted row is a little lighter. All these highlighted rows are lighter, but here there is no text on this particular column, and that is why the selection is over here. So now you start typing anywhere, on the 3rd row it is typed over here. Got the idea? So this is their shortcut way of doing it. I said Control Z to. Okay, now I want only 2 of them. So shift control alter and up arrow key. Oops, down arrow again, down arrow key. Done. Now I'm leaving these three buttons, shift control alt, done. Now I'll say space class equal to, and let us call it as btn. Even due to that, the buttons become like this with nice border and everything. So curved border is there. I'll zoom in a little if you want. I'll zoom in. Okay, so here you can see the buttons are a little better now, but I want some color as well. So I'll say btn primary to give them blue color. So now they are blue in color. If you want one of them to be red in color, you can say danger. So that will become red in color. If you want something in yellow, you'll say yellow. Sorry, not yellow. Warning. So now it becomes yellow. So it's up to you what you want. So it becomes very easy to use Bootstrap CSS. I'll say primary only. Okay. Yeah. Now there must be a little margin to the right side of edit button. So normally we used to say margin right mr-2, but instead of mr nowadays people say margin start means left margin and margin end means right margin. So in ms and me are used. So here I'll be saying me2. Got it? Alternatively, I could have given ms2 over here. Okay, this is how we normally give margins. Okay, now what? Richard Nixon. Okay, yeah, this is a hard-coded name. But I also want a new employee creation button. So let me go to this container, and over here I'll be saying let's create a button with class button and class button primary, and let's call it as create new employee, or just create new. Okay, so edit what? Employee. Delete what? Employee. Create new what? Employee. Right? Or only new could also be okay. Okay, chalo. So here once again I want a margin below it, so I'll be saying margin bottom 2. Okay, good enough. I think this is enough. I'll just say that Bootstrap classes were added to table. All buttons, all dummy buttons were created. Okay, so a dummy table is now ready along with all the styling. Now we want to fill it with actual data. For that we need to fetch data from the service. Before that, let me explain to you that let the data come from this TypeScript file. Even that would clarify a lot of your doubts, because Signal is new to all of you. I know Signal came I think in Angular 17, and now the current version is Angular 20. So still Signal is a new thing. Many people get confused. So let me show you. See, let employees be equal to a signal, okay, having an array. Okay, this is also enough. But now instead of saying, sorry, not let, here protected, let us say. Now this is protected means how will you like to access this? This is called as an access modifier. So whenever you have to access this variable in the HTML, you normally give it protected. But if you have to use it in some separate class altogether, then you give it public. And if you have to use this thing only within this class, then you give it private. Private, protected, public. Got it? Okay. Now here I'm saying that okay, it is Signal, but now a better way of doing it is creation of creation of a data type. So I'll do it the right way only. The first time itself we'll do it the right way. So what we can do is we can go over here, just like app. I want to create a folder here now, and let the folder be, oh, it got created inside app, escape. Not here in source folder. I want to create another folder and let it be models or interfaces. Okay, so here what we are going to do is we are going to create all the interfaces that we want. So the first interface that I want to create is I employee. Okay, I means interface .js. Now here what I'm going to say is export some interface. And what is the interface? Employee or I employee. And the interface should be something like this, that it should have an ID of type ID can be a optional field having string, I believe. Then version, again an optional field, and it should be what? It should be a number, because version is usually 0 or something like that. Let me log in and show you. Yeah, here you see here underscore ID underscore V, and then name, age, and is graduate. So V is what? Number. Here it is object ID, but I'm just leaving it anything. I can maybe even call it as any, that is also okay. Okay, and here I'll say name, which is a mandatory field, which will be a string, age, which will be a number, mandatory field, and is graduate, again a mandatory field, which will be a boolean. Okay, done. So this is I employee. What is the error? Interface declarations can be used in TypeScript files. Okay, my bad. Interfaces can only be given in TypeScript files. So let me name this as TypeScript. Okay, done. Chalo. So now this is my interface. So what I'll do is I'll go back here and I'll say that this signal, see, at the moment don't give anything over here, but this signal is of type I employee array. Yeah, I employee has to be imported. So for that I'll just click over here, control space, enter. It gets included. Got the idea? So this is how we create a signal. Now in this I haven't given anything here, but if you want you can hard code some value. You can say the first item is name is Amit Shirasao, age is 40 and is graduate is true. Got the idea? I just created an object. Okay, now this is an array. It can have any number of objects. I get 1. Even if you didn't give any object, then also there was no syntax error, but I just wanted to show you. Now this employees, I want to render it over here in the table instead of Richard, Nixon and all. That is how it should be. So the way to do it is I can say here that I want employees signal, okay, 0, the first item, and I want name of that fellow. Now let us see whether that comes. Yes, name is correct. Now I'll say the same thing for age, and has it come? Yeah, age has come correctly. Now here true. Yeah, this is true only. Is graduate. Okay, so it has also come. Okay, now what to do? Now I want to loop it. Let us say there are many items. Then I cannot go about saying of 0, of 1, of 2, of 3. That won't look good. So I'll show you what. I'll give this commit also, use signal. Use signal. used hard-coded employees in app.ts file. Okay, have this. Then next I'll tell you, let us say there are many such employees. So let us say let's say Vikram Sarabhai. I'm giving scientist names now. Let us say 60 is graduate, of course here. APJ Abul Kalam or Abdul Kalam. Okay, another scientist. These are all great Indian scientists. Let's say 65 or let's say 45. Okay, Vikram Sarabhai was his senior actually, so that's why. Okay, so I should be able to see them now. So in the HTML, what should I do? I should have multiple such rows, right? Okay, now here instead of 0, I'll be saying 1 1 1. So I'll select them. I'll say Control Shift Alter 1. Okay, and similar thing over here. I'll say 2. Now let us see. We got them. So 2 more records were added. 2 more records were added while keeping the data hard coded in app.ts file. Purposely I'm giving long names so that there is no confusion. You get to know this is a tutorial, right? In real life you give short names, but now I'm giving big names so that you can recognize what we are doing. Now what? Now this is not a very time efficient way. Let us say there are 1000 records. Will you be able to do it like this? No. So now you should be introducing something called as a for loop. So I'll remove these great scientist names, and here tr also I'll remove, and here I'll be saying @for employee of employees signal. Okay, and here I also have to say track by, I don't remember now what's the syntax, but track by something. So @for in Angular, let us see the syntax once. Yeah, the syntax is track and something. Okay, not track by, track and employee dot, let us say name or underscore ID, whatever you like. Okay, and then you give this tr. In the tr, instead of saying employees or something, you have to say employee. So I'll just select everything, Alter, Control, Shift, select everything, delete. Okay, so employee dot name. Let us see whether this works. Yeah, this is still working. Let me add one more person over here. Let us find a great name. Homij Bhabha, of course. So I'll be adding one more scientist over here. Okay, let me call him 65 years old, and I'll just put him at the top basically. Okay, great. So now there are 4 scientists, one me and other 3 great scientists. So you should be able to see them all over here. See, Homij Bhabha also came, and in the sequence which I gave. Perfect. Now what we want to do is let this data actually come from the service. But before that, let me commit this code, and here I'll be writing that @for implemented. Arey yaar. Okay, done. Now since this is implemented, now we will implement the service. All this data should actually come from the service. So how do you do that now? For that, we first create a service. We'll do everything in the right way only. I could have given you the service call here itself in .ts file, but let's do it in the right way. So just like we created interfaces, let us create something called as services. So in this folder, I'm pressing new folder button. So this will be services. Now inside this also, I want one more folder saying I want employees service or employee service. So employee dash service, or just call it as employee, and then you create the service. So either you make it like this, otherwise you escape, don't create that folder. I'll show you through the terminal also how to do it. So let me create a terminal, open a terminal. Here I'll be saying ng generate service and whichever service I want, like employee service. Okay, service has to be given, otherwise it will only make employee.ts. But don't do it right away, say dry run. So when you say dry run, it does not create any files, it just tells you that what it is going to do. So this command would have generated these two files. So created these two files. So should I be creating these files? I'll say no, actually it should not be in app, it should be in services. Okay, so I'll say the folder structure should be like this. It should be in services. But where is services? Normally it will always create everything in app. So I have to first go one level above app. So one level above app, then services, and then I want one more folder called as employee service. So employee, and then you create these services. So how will you do it? It now says that I'll create a folder services inside that, or if it's already there, it will leave it the way it is. Inside that, it will create a folder called as employee, and here it will create these two files. Is this what you want? I'll say yes, this is what I want. So now I'm giving the same command without dry run. So now actually it will create those files. Now understand the way in which Angular speaks. It creates a file, but it generates a service. So remember that generation is something bigger than creation. I don't know why, actually they mean the same thing. If you take in the context of English, it is correct. Both of them mean the same. Make, create, generate. Yeah, there are subtle differences, like generate is, generating something means something that just doesn't exist. Create means you, there is something, grammar wise there are differences in them. Like for example, make means you make something out of a raw material, that is make. Create is, I don't know. So you find out that. But in Angular's terms, generation is something bigger. You generate a service, but you create the files. Okay. Okay, now that service is over here. Now comes the important part. Here I should be giving an HTTP call. Okay, so how do I do that? For doing that, I require something called as HTTP module. Now, where do I include it? So it has to be in whichever component you are accessing that service. So here there is no role of module. So services, service is always a singleton thing. It's always sitting at some place. Now, for that service to, access something, you have to give the provider somewhere like this, like app config, which is very global thing. So here you will be saying, in the providers array, you'll be saying provide HTTP client. Previously, in the case of modules, we used to say, in the providers array of the module, we used to say, means app.module.ts, we used to say HTTP client module, that's it. But now we have to give it provide word at the beginning, and then those, it is called like a function. So this is a change now. Okay, this is done. This is your step number 1. Step number 2 is you go over here and you inject, you get that HTTP working. So how do you do that? The easiest and the oldest way of doing it is you create a constructor, you write here private, because you are going to use it only over here, HTTP client is HTTP client. automatically it got downloaded from here. So it is coming from common HTTP. Okay, and now here you can give any call, whichever you like. So you can say, this is just a constructor, I don't want to give anything here. Let me create another public function, which, because it will be called from my app.ts file, I'll be saying get all employees. Okay, and in this function I'm going to say that this dot http client dot get and whichever URL I want. So here I'll be giving http colon like this, local host colon 3000. Now mind you, this is not going to work because there is going to be a CORS exception, but I'll show you how it is written. Okay, this is done, and then you have to return this as it is. You'll be returning it as it is. So what are you returning? You're actually returning an observable. You're actually returning an observable. Okay, because get returns an observable. So how to consume it? Now here the service is written. Now service, okay, I'll just do one thing. I'll just post this much. Okay, service is only written. I'm not consuming it yet at the moment. Okay, employee service was created. Now I'll create one more check-in for consuming that service. Friends, till now we have only created the service. We haven't consumed it yet. So let us consume it. While consuming it, the first thing that you will require is the return type of this service. So we have to mention the return type over here. So how do we do that? First of all, let's create that return type. So in the interfaces, let us create one more file. This time it is employee return or something like that, .ts. So let this be export interface employee return. Okay, now what does the service return? So let us run the service and see. We have it on the desktop. Where is it? EMS server. So let us run this cmd. Let me open it in Visual Studio Code. Here, as you know, in package.json there is this script. Now let us run it in production mode. So I'll be saying npm run prod. Okay, so now you will see that it is running on this port. So let me open and see. Okay, there seems to be some issue. Let me run it in the dev mode. Opening it. Okay, so everything is running fine. Now in such a circumstances, okay, in such circumstances, what is the result of this service? It is a message which is a string and data which is employee. So let us create that. Okay, so we'll be having message which will be a string and data which will be of type employee. Okay, so this is our return type. Now go back to the service. Over here you explicitly mention that this get is going to return you employee return, and this one is also going to give you a return type of observable of type employee return. Okay, so I'll be mentioning this as one commit. Let us say that defined the return type of get all employees method. of employee service, okay. Then what to do? After doing this, now let us consume that service. So the way to consume it is go to your TS file. Here you will only be giving a blank array. Okay, you'll only be giving a blank array at the moment. And now let us see the changes. It is still running. So let us see the changes. See, nothing is being shown at the moment. Why? Because I just removed this array. Had the array been there, those things would be shown over here. But now I have removed the array, so nothing is being shown. Okay. Now we will populate this using the service. So there are two ways of injecting the service. One is writing constructor, and here saying private employee service is employee service, and complete your constructor. But this is the old school way of doing it. I'll keep it commented for you. Another way is directly writing inject. Okay, as soon as I write inject, see, it has been imported from Angular core. Now here I'll be saying employee service, and I'll be placing it in a variable. Let us say private. This is actually data member of the class app. So private employee service. Okay. So I'll be saying this commit is what? Injecting the service in the component. Okay. I'm purposely giving you very small, ultra small commits. Now here what do? Here we are going to say that let us consume this service to populate these employees. Now when do you want to consume it? Either you can do it in the constructor itself or during any of the lifecycle hooks of this component. So there are many component lifecycle hooks like on init. So let us implement the lifecycle hook on init, and I'll be implementing it over here, ng on init. Here we will say that this dot employee service dot get all employees. Now what is this going to return me? This is going to return me observable of type employee returns. Why? Because this get basically returns me an observable of type okay, this observable of certain type. That type I know is employee return. Okay, so I'll be expecting the same over here. So now what will happen? Since this is an observable, I can always subscribe to it. See, if it is a promise, I can write then, means dot then, dot catch, dot finally. But when you have observable, then you have to write subscribe. Otherwise you I mean, if it is a promise, you can write it separately, but here subscribe method is a little special. In the subscribe method, you pass a JSON, and this JSON has three things. Next, which is the positive callback. So here there is one callback which is positive callback, then comma, then you have error, which is the negative callback, means in the case of error this callback will be called, and then you have complete, which is finally, equivalent of finally in promise. So just like promise has finally, here it is in observable, it is complete. Now to save you any confusion, I'm just going to give the positive callback, and I'm going to skip the negative and complete callback. Here let us say that I receive something, let us say return type, or let us say return or employee return. Whatever return type you get, obviously this will be of the type employee return. Okay, then what do you do with it? You populate this employee signal with it. So this dot employees signal dot set. Okay, dot set. Now how do you set it? How do you set it? You set it to the value employee return dot data. Okay, now there is one mistake I made. Here it should be I employee array, my bad. Okay, so now it should not give an error. Let me check what is the error. Set does not exist for I employee. Wait a minute, let me check once. Signal set Angular. I must have done a syntax mistake over here. Acha, count.set directly. Okay, so this is not needed. Okay, done. So after this, let us see now whether it is working or not. Let us go to the thing. See, it is still not working. I'll go to F12 and let you know why. It must be failing due to CORS exception. See, what does it say? Connection refused or whatever. And what exactly is the error? So let us go in the network tab to find out. So in the network tab, now it is recording. I'll reload the page. It shows all the calls that are happening. Over here, see what it failed due to some error. So it is error connection. Okay, that means the service is not running. So let me go back. Yeah, the service is not running. Service crashed due to some reason. So let me reload it. Now let me perform it again. So now what does it say? It gives a CORS error. So how do I correct this CORS error? Simple thing. CORS error means cross origin reference sharing. So CORS error happens because I am trying to access this service, which is the resource, from localhost 3000, and I'm accessing it from the UI which is running on localhost 4200. So that is the reason why this CORS exception is coming. So CORS basically is cross origin resource sharing error. It occurs when a web application attempts to make a request to a resource located on a different origin. Origin means domain, protocol, port. So domain means like google.com. So google.com is the domain, and whichever port number it must be, like here, suppose I have Shirasao.com, so that is my domain. Then suppose I have a separate port, then also protocol means I'm using HTTP or HTTPS, whatever. So that is protocol. So if any of these are different, then for your own safety, any kind of a application, normally actually server rejects it. Server says that, see, you're calling me from some different domain, so I'm not going to share my resource to you. Okay, so now you have to fix this error in the server only, because server has a problem. It's like if you're putting hand in my pocket, I'll be having a problem, right? You won't be having a problem. So here UI is trying to put hand in the pocket of the service. So the service is going to have a problem. So you have to fix this CORS exception, or you have to give an exception for a certain scenario in the service. Okay, so CORS errors can only be fixed in the service, not in the UI. So now you go over here. It is very, very simple to fix it. See, first of all, I need to include a dependency called as CORS. So I'll go over here, I'll open another terminal and I'll say npm install CORS. What this does is it installs this dependency CORS. Now I go to index.js and here I simply type constant CORS is equal to require CORS. That's it. And then in the middleware, I'm going to say app.use CORS as a function. Okay, done. Now with that, let me see whether the service is running. Okay, very good. Now if I run the same thing again, it is not going to give me any exception. See, I get all that data. And this is coming straight from the service. Now it is not showing the scientist names. It is coming straight from the service. Okay. So till now, we are getting the data from the service. So I'll commit both these things. In the service, I'm going to say course error was fixed, or you can say course exception was mentioned. So what we are saying is allow cross-origin resource sharing from all the origins. Here I can also give a more stringent rule in options. So let me show you. What is it called? Express, yeah, Express.js course options. So there are many other options also, like either you allow it from all the origins, all the course requests are allowed, or using a single route. Means only one route will be opened, and that route could be like let me show you. Yeah, app.listen to app.get, only this get with ID. Here course is allowed. Okay. Then you can say configure it. You can configure it furthermore, like you can say that this origin will be allowed. Okay. So these all course options are there. And then when you say app.use course, where is it? Sorry, you're using it for product ID, but you're using it with certain all the options. Like you're going to say that if the origin is exactly this, and if the success status is 200 and all, whatever it is. So you can make it more and more stringent. There are so many options, you can go through it. Okay, so course has been implemented. So that commit I have given you. And on the UI side, I'm going to say that now data comes from the service. Now data comes from the service. Okay, done. Now most of your work is done, but I just don't want to give you read. I want to give you create, update, delete also. So how do you create a new employee? Now that is pretty challenging, I'll tell you what. Let us go for it. So when you want to create a new employee, what you want to do is you want to generate a file over a row over here, which will be in the edit mode. Now if you anyways want a row in the edit mode, then it will be also a record, just like any other employee. It will be a record, right? So if it has to be in the edit mode, then this employee employee should be having a field, let us say edit mode active or something like that. So you can say edit, or is we are anyways using, so is in edit mode, and let us call it as boolean. Okay, so whenever an employee is in edit mode, then you don't have to show labels. You have to show text boxes over here, and here in this case checkbox. So how do you do that? So before working on create new, let me talk about edit. So when I click on edit, then this should get converted into text boxes and checkbox. Okay, so how do I do that? First of all, let me have stuff in place, like in the HTML, I'll say there should be an if clause. Okay, so if @if, let us say, and this is if block, and then I'll be writing else, and that will be else block. Sorry, this will be else block. Okay, so in the if block, I'm going to say that if employee dot is in edit mode. Okay, then you do something, then you show something, and if it is in the if it is not there, then you show something. So if it is in the edit mode, what I need to show is I need to show a text box over here. I'll not even give anything in it, but at the moment I'll just say input text, so it will be a text box. I leave rest of the things. I won't even bind it at the moment. I'm just showing some text box. Then here also I need a text box, and here I need a checkbox. Okay, simple. At the moment I'm only showing this, and then here I should be showing save or cancel. Okay, whether you want to save the changes or you want to cancel them. Then here everything is fine. Now whenever I click on edit, then what should happen? There should be something that should change. So click, I'll be saying employee dot is in edit mode should be turned to true. Okay, and in the first go there won't be any is in edit mode won't be there, so I'll be making this as an optional candidate. So this if clause will still work, because in JavaScript, if this does not exist, then also this is it goes in the else block, and if it exists and if it is false, then also it goes into else block. Only if it exists and it is true, then only it will come in this block. So this code is working fine now. Let us check. So when I click here, it shows in the edit mode. Now when I click cancel, the reverse should happen, right? So I'll just copy the same thing and I'll be placing it over here, but here instead of true, I'm going to say false. So let's see whether that works. So when I say false, it goes away. Edit, false. Edit, cancel. Okay. Now I'm going to save this much code at the moment. Okay. Toggle edit or read only modes. Okay, now what to do? When I create a new employee, then also a new row should get created and it should be in the edit mode. So how do I do that? For that, wherever I have this, okay, let me just create a handler for that. So when I click this, then I'll say handle create new button click. Okay, and let us create that handler method over here. Okay, now what am I doing? I am going to do that, okay, now here it should get the employee. Sorry, you don't have an employee, my bad. Yeah, you don't have an employee because it's a new employee. So I'll say this dot employees dot set something new. Okay, so what you want to set it? So here I'll be saying this dot employees okay, this is the actual array. I want to add one thing to it at the beginning. So in an array, if you want to add something at the beginning of the array, then you have a method called as unshift. And here I'm going to add what? So see, you check what is unshift first. Okay, here I'll give anything at the moment. So first of all, name will be blank. Here I'll see name, even if you give blank, then also it's okay, but age you don't give 0. For age you should be giving null. And what else is there is graduate. Here you have to give true or false, so I'll say false at the moment. Okay, here also you can give null, but let's keep it simple. So this has to be added to that particular array. So I'm setting it in such a way. Wait a minute, something is going wrong. Let me check. Argument of type number is not assignable to the parameter of the type I employee. Okay, handle. Okay, wait a minute. Let me just take this code and ask the AI once whether I'm doing something wrong. But fundamentally, we have to do this only. So I want to add a new record or new member to the array at the starting of the array. So let us see how to do that. Adding a new employee to the start of the array. Okay, I'll create a clean and professional UI for them. Okay, very good. That's okay. Why are you doing all this? Yeah, I stop it. I'll run this. Looks like your code, I can see a few issues and they need to be corrected. Okay, fine. Unshipped. So incorrect method, it doesn't return a modified array. Okay, great. So what should I do? Okay, this is fine. Updated employee. Yeah, this is what I want. This is how they do it. Okay, great. I'll do it. So this is spread operator. It was very easy. Fine. Okay. My thing is I never copy directly. As far as possible, I don't copy it. So I'll say this thing and comma and then dot and then whatever it is. So or let me just create a new object out of it. So what I'll be saying is let blank employee be equal to so and so thing, and then what I'm saying is employees dot set blank employee and then this dot employees. Okay, I hope this works. That's exactly what they did, I believe. Okay. ठीक है. Okay, so what they did is new array is equal to what? They said it's an array with this blank employee and then dot this dot employees. Okay, and they said now you set it over here. So now they said like this. Okay, this dot employees dot set, right? Okay, let me check. The argument of type I employee is not assignable to the parameter of type I employee. I employee or so and so thing. Okay, so acha, did I do something wrong over here like this? And this is of type I employee. Yeah, done. age is correct only, no? Null is not assignable to a number. Okay, fine. Yeah, let's make it something. Okay, so this is how it should appear. Now let us see this in action, whether this really happens. So when you click here, okay, you see something, but it should go into edit mode, right? So here I'll also be saying is in edit mode is equal to true. Now let's check. Creating new. Okay, this is coming. Now these are not binded, so let us do the binding later. First of all, I'll just say create new buttons, click generates a blank row at the top. Okay, now we'll do the data binding. So the blank row is there, this is all okay, but what I'm giving is only a text box, right? Here it should be, here I should be writing ng model, and here I should be writing employee.name. Okay, so for ng model to work, I have to include forms module. So let me do that, and this should be what is graduate. So ng model is done. Now I have to include forms module. So where do you include it? You don't have app module because these are standalone components. So I'm using a standalone component, that is app. Now I go to its config, and here I'll have to mention provide forms. Let me check how to import forms module in Angular 20. Yeah, this one is okay. Forms module can be imported directly. Okay, I didn't know about it. Okay, great, then nothing has to be done. Great, let me go over here and let me just say here include imports, right? Yeah, forms module, that's it, and that should do the magic. Let me check. Yes, it does the magic. Okay, great. So that is done. What I didn't like is here it should not, I mean, it should not give 0. Yeah, that doesn't look good. So what do we do about it? I think instead of 0, I should be allowed to put null over here, and hence I'll have to modify this I employee. So here I'll have to say that this could be either a number or null. Okay, now that exception should go away. So now let us see, it is like this. Okay, great. Now this much is done. So I think in the edit mode, data binding was done. So data binding was done in edit mode of rows. Okay, done. Now let us really do all these changes. Let us say that we actually want to modify a certain employee. So I want to edit that employee. So how do I do that? When I click on edit, and suppose I change this, so Amit Shirasao 1, and let's say change the age to, let us say, 45, and is graduate to false, then what do I do? First of all, this is graduate is wrongly given here. It's user facing, so I should be writing it like is graduate, something like this. Okay, so in that case, when I say save, then it should save that change, right? So a put call should happen. So how do I do that? Now I'm giving only a put call because all of them are in the edit mode. If you gave an edit mode on every little thing, every little cell, then you could have done a patch call as well. But rather, put call is enough for you. If and I told you earlier also, put call and patch call, they work very much similar. So I'm giving only one example, and that is put call. So how do we do that? For that, first of all, let us go to this save button. Let's create a click handler over here. So when save is clicked, then update employee, or rather I'll just say handle save button click. Okay, here if we go to this, the first thing I need to do over here is, and yeah, here employee. Okay, which employee's edit is clicked. Okay, so I'm receiving an employee of type I employee. So now the first thing I need to do is employee dot is in edit mode equal to false. Okay, even if I'm not able to save it, still I want to remove the edit mode first. Second thing I want to do is now give a put call. So how do you give a put call? Again, in the service I'll have to mention that put call. So where is my service? Here is my service. Okay, so get all employees is there. Similarly, public update employee by ID, and here I'll be getting an ID which is string actually, and I'll also be getting updated employee which is I employee. Now you might be saying, if I send the updated employee, it has an ID, right? But still, keep it simple. This is what I like personally. What happened? I don't have that data type, do I? Yeah. Okay, great then. So what do I do? And of course, this is going to return me. It is going to return me again an observable of type I employee return. Okay. Now, it is giving that exception because I'm not returning anything yet. So I'll just be saying return put, and here I'm going to say after this I want that ID. So I'll be using backtick over here so that I can write in a simple way. Here I can just give $ curly braces, and here I can say ID. Okay, and then the next thing I need to pass is the body. So the body is updated employee. Okay, done. So this is done from my side. From service side it is done. Now how to call that service method? So here I'll be saying this dot employee service dot update employee by ID. Here I need to pass an ID first. So I need to calculate that ID. So I'll be saying ID is equal to or let ID is equal to employee dot underscore ID. Okay, and then I'll be passing the ID over here and employee over here. Done. Now what? Yeah, here I have to give the data type as string. What happened? Yeah, string or unassigned. Okay, great. So it is assigned, I know it, but I'll be saying as string. Okay, done. I know that it will always be there because you are editing that particular ID. Yeah, but this save button could also be the save button when you create a new employee. So in that case, what? So okay, there should be a switch case in that case. Okay, or there should be an if else. So if employee dot underscore ID is present, then you give put call and else you give a create call, or whatever you call it, like post call. Okay, so and this thing I will put somewhere else. Now see, ID, yeah, this thing I'll do one thing, I'll just cut this at the moment. I'll create another function called as update employee, and here I'll be putting all that. Employee is of course of this type. Okay, so string, it is definitely as a string only, fine, this fine. Yeah, good. Or maybe I'll just put it like this only if you want. This will make things simpler. Yeah. Okay, done. So this is good. And then what I'll do is again observable, means subscribe, and in the happy flow means next, here this is the happy flow. So if everything passes, then what I should do is I should be what happened to next? Yeah, that object, my bad. Okay, so in next what I'm going to write is again you get all employees. So where is that? So this thing, now this thing I'll create a separate method now because I am going to require this. I'll say get all employees. Okay, and I'm going to call it over here, this dot get all employees. Okay, and here also in the success callback I'm going to say this dot get all employees. So just refresh the table. And here, yeah, the problem due to this is that when you add a new employee, the row gets created at the top, but when you save it, then when the table refreshes, it comes at the bottom because it is the last record that you updated. But it's okay. I don't think that should be a problem. That should be okay. Otherwise, by default, you should be arranging the records in such a way that the latest record is always at the top. So you could do that, but okay, let's leave it at the moment. Okay, so this is update employee. Similarly, there should be add employee. Similarly, there should be something called as add employee. And this is the employee. Here I don't need ID. Rest is the same. Okay, and here instead of update, I'll be saying add employee. Okay, and let me create that in the service. So here is the service. I'll be saying add employee. Okay, and I don't require an ID over here. I just need employee to be added, or new employee. Yeah, new employee. And here I don't need an ID. I don't need an ID, and I don't need these backticks actually. And here I need new employee. Okay, so yeah, I think this should be okay. Okay, that is add employee. No, not ID, add employee. Okay, and here also it should be add employee. Correct, add employee. Perfect. Yeah, and now here give a put call. So here I'll be saying this dot update employee and pass this employee, and then here I'll give this dot add employee. Okay, This should be in capital actually. Okay. Employee. Now I hope everything is running fine. Let me verify. Yeah, running fine. Now let us see whether all these things really happen. Is the service running? Is there any exception in the service? App crashed. I don't know why this is crashing. Okay. Now what else? Yeah, everything is fine. So let me open a MongoDB right over here, mongodb.com. so that we are able to see all these updates right in the database. Okay, so over here, let me browse the collection. Here you will be seeing test employees. There should be 4 employees, as we know, 4 employees, right? So these are Amit Shirasao, Deepika Padukone, Mallika Sherawat and Aishwarya Rai Bachchan. So Amit Shirasao I'll update to Amit Sudhir Shirasao, which is my proper name, and age could be 60, let us say. Okay, and is graduate equal to false. Okay, so let us see that. So where is my UI? Where is my UI? Here. So this one, let me edit it. Let me call myself Amit Sudhir Shirasao and age 60, not graduate. Save it. No, it did not get saved. So what happened? Let me check it over here. Did it give any error? No. Did the service break? Obviously service is going to break. No, service also didn't break. Then what happened? So for such situations, you can always debug here as well. If you're running it in the debug mode, dev mode, then you can always get all these files. These are not minified yet, and so you can put a debugger right away. So when I say edit and handle the save, then I'll keep a breakpoint right over here, and then it should go and edit it. So I'll keep breakpoints here. Okay, so when I say edit, I change anything. Let us say here 1 and here 60 and here false. Then it comes over here in the edit mode. So first of all, it makes it false. Very good. Do I have an employee ID? Yes, I do have. So where should I go? I should go to the update employee. So when I go over there, let me get into this call. So this is the thing for getting into it. Now here, what do I get? I get this. Okay, very good. And I get this employee. It should work fine. It has everything. Is in the edit mode. Yeah. I believe, do I require to get this out? Yeah, I think that is giving the problem. Yeah, that is giving the problem. And I go ahead. So I'll go to the network and check this out. See, network says, yeah, this one. So fully updated it. That's great. It should not have updated it, I believe, because I should have taken that thing out first. Okay, let me check. So I should be taking it out 100%. I know this. So add employee. Here I'm giving this employee directly. I should not be giving it. I'll be saying employee.delete what was it? Is in edit mode. Yeah. Something like that. Let me check. You know, how to delete one parameter in a JSON. There is remove. Okay, fine. Okay, is it going to work? Let me check. Delete or remove. There's something here. It is delete only as far as I know. I'll ask AI directly. There is some small little mistake that I must be doing. So deepseek.com. Let me open the same history. So where is that? Yeah. Is this syntax of employee.delete correct? It always takes long for a DeepSeek to upload the PNG or whichever thing, because it takes it as a PNG. It should take it as a JPG. But the screenshot, yeah, it is taking it because whatever I paste, so in the clipboard I have PNG, so that's the problem. TypeScript objects don't have delete method, so what do I do? Delete operator. Okay, fine. Next. Okay, isn't it? This is what you do. Okay. So delete employee dot is okay, fine. Okay, that's what I was thinking. So I'll be saying delete employee dot is in edit mode. Okay, and same thing I should be doing while updating the employee. Okay, rest is fine, I believe. So let us check whether that really works. I'm giving here Amit Shirasao 1 and 41 and false, saving it. It goes over here. Fine, I believe in it. I really don't know why this is not happening now. Now what we can do is we can edit the service as well. So instead of running the service just like this, I'll kill this terminal. I'll ask it to run in the edit mode. So run it in the debug mode. Okay. So now it is opening it in the debug console. And here I'll put a breakpoint in, where is my put? Yeah. Here I'll put a breakpoint. Okay. So let us check this out now. I'll be saying this, I'll be saying that. Fine, save. Has it come here? Yes. So the debug point is reached. Here I'm getting some ID. Let me move ahead. So for moving ahead, this thing. Okay, great. What is the ID that I got? I got the correct ID. I'll move next. What is the updated employee that I got? Yeah, it does not have that field, right? Is in the edit mode. So this seems legit, but it did not get, okay, it did not get the updated values. That's the main thing. Why didn't it get the updated values? Let us check out. Because when I say binding, did I really bind them correctly? I say save, okay, and this employee, yeah, this ng model is not binded two-way, so it was binded only one way. That was causing the problem. So two-way binding, I'll say save. Okay, now let me go ahead and, but at least it taught you how to debug the code, right? Okay, fine. Or maybe I'll just close this in the debug mode and I'll run it in the normal mode. So where is that? Yeah, npm run serve or dev. Okay, great. Here once again Here if I'm saying 1, here I'm saying 41, here I'm saying no. Yeah, it got updated. And if I go over here, then here also it got updated. Amit Shirasao 1, 41 false. Perfect. Now is an employee getting created as well? So let me create my brother's name. Nitin Shirasao, 35, is graduate. Save. So I believe it will get created, so no problem there. Okay, it got created. Let me check in the database. Now instead of 4 there should be 5 records, and the last record should be, yeah, are there 5 records? No, there are only 4 records, so there's something wrong. Let me check the server. It is still running fine, there is no problem. Let me check here. What is it that I was doing? Add employee was called, oh yeah, in the add employee I was using put, so it should be post. Okay, great. Now it should be working. So let me create a new employee by my brother's name. 35, my bad, is graduate. Saving it. So it got saved. Okay, I'm refreshing it, it got saved. Now let me check here, applying it. Yeah, the 5th employee is my brother. Okay, now the last thing that remains is to be seen how to delete these employees. So let me delete the first employee, that is my name. For that, I'll first go here. I'll keep this running, and I'll just go to the service. Okay, here in the service there is add employee, update employee. Similarly, I want something called as delete employee. Okay, or remove employee. Rest everything is the same. Updated employee is not required in this case, and employee returns is correct. Here I just need the ID. Updated employee is not needed, and the HTTP client dot, it should be delete. Okay, now let us see whether this works. For this we have to implement it, or use it over here in app.ts. But in HTML, let me write the callback on this button click. When it is clicked, then call the method delete or remove employee. Okay, here also instead of delete it should be remove. Okay, and let me just make this kind of a method over here. Okay, now I'll be accepting exactly these things. Okay, but what I want is, yeah, this is correct, this is correct. ID, I only need ID basically. I don't even need anything with the employee. I just need ID. So I think this should be enough. Okay, great. Now here I'll be saying remove employee by ID. Okay, good enough. Is everything working fine? Yes. And on the UI, let me remove this employee. Okay, it got removed. Let me check in the MongoDB. So here also, as you see, only 4 employees exist now: Deepika Padukone, Malika Sherawat, Aishwarya Rai, and my brother Nitin Shirasao. Okay, good enough. Now I'm deleted. Okay, good enough. I think I have shown you all the CRUD operations right from the UI till the database through the APIs which are made using ExpressJS. Now let us try and deploy this website. Thank you so much for seeing the video till the end. It does mean a lot to me. Could you also please see the video description? It has index, link to the study material, and also if I've shown any products in this video, then the purchase links to those products. The comment section is open for your suggestions and also for your doubts. I always answer to the first 100 comments on every single video. If you want to support my work, here's my QR code or my UPI ID is amit.shirasao@UPI. Until next time, this is Amit signing off. Jai Shri Ram.